2021. The official time is going to be 2:05. We're going to call it to order. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call?
Yes, Chair Roybal. Chair Roybal, are you here?
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Here.
Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present, thank you.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia. Is that him just entering?
Yes, I'm present, thank you.
So was that a yes? Are you here, Commissioner?
Yes, I'm here.
Beat it right in the bell. Okay. Commissioner Hank Hughes. All present and accounted for.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So next we're going to go on to item number 1C, and this is the Pledge of Allegiance, and item 1D, which is a state pledge. And then we'll go on to item number 1E, and this is a moment of reflection. And from the Sheriff's Office, we have Mr. Martin Ariano. So I'm going to go ahead and lead the Pledge of Allegiance and also the state pledge. So if we could all rise.
Mr. Chair, I apologize. I'm having some issues sharing my screen.
Okay, no worries.
For the flag.
We won't have one for this meeting. That's all right. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute this flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Thank you, everybody. Okay, so we're going to go on now to the moment of reflection, which is item number 1E. And from the Sheriff's Office, we have Mr. Martin Ariano.
Let us pray. O God, our help in ages past, our hope in years to be, look down upon this troubled world and see our need of Thee. For in this age of unrest, with violence all around, we need your hand to lead us to higher, safer ground. Without your help and counsel, we are helpless to restore safety, security in our hearts and homes once more. Give us strength and courage to be honorable and true and to place our trust implicitly in unseen things in you. Keep us kind and humble and fill our hearts with love, which in this selfish, greedy world man has so little of. Forgive our transgressions and help us find the way to a better world for everyone, where man walks in peace each day. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hansen?
Yes, I'd like to remember a couple people who have passed this past week. One of them is Rosemary Crawford, who was married to Stan Crawford, and I have known them for the last 50 years since I first came here. And Rosemary was a wonderful playwright, and they lived in Dixon, and I had the great honor of being able to house sit for them numerous times in the 70s. And I'm sure she will be missed tremendously by the Dixon community and by the farmers market community, where they always sold their fabulous garlic. And then the other person I would like we take a moment of silence for is also somebody I knew from the early days when I first came to Santa Fe, is the landscape painter Forrest Moses, who passed away and was a really inspiration in his incredible abstract landscapes that he painted. And it is a loss to all of us to lose these two people who contributed so much to our community. And with that, I would like to take a moment of silence for them.
Mr. Chair, I also have some items to add as well.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia.
Really quick, and his name is Eutemio. He actually worked for the Board of Education for 25 years plus. And He lived off the Seringa Road. Very good guy. Ran for county commissioner, and he helped out the Santa Fe Public Schools for special needs individuals. And he passed away last week. And I forget his last name, but Eutemio he was on the Fiesta Council and did a lot of things for the community. But his family would appreciate that. Eutemio, we always knew him as Eutemio. And so I would just like to have one more silence for that as well. And also Patricia Patty Rose Ari. She's actually from Moriarty, New Mexico. And she did a lot of things for the community down in the southern part of our county. And just a moment of silence for them as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Okay, thank you. So we're going to move on to our item number 1F, and this is the approval of the agenda. Are there any changes or requests to the agenda? I'm going to go to Manager Miller first, and then I'll go to Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Hanson. Manager Miller, did you have updates?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Let me bring up the right screen though. Since Daniel is having difficulty, let me pull mine up. We had a few amendments that were made to the agenda last Friday afternoon, and those are under miscellaneous items, miscellaneous action items 4A. That caption was updated. Then under presentations, item 5B and 5C were withdrawn. They will be on our next county commission meeting. Then under item 7, matters from the county manager, the item 7B, that caption was updated. And item 7C, that item was added to the agenda. Then under item, let's see, I think then we go down to item 8D, that caption was updated. Item 8E was withdrawn and will be added to to the next agenda. And then under matters from the county attorney, 9B, items 9B, 2, 3, and 4 were added, and item 9C was added. And then under public hearings, item 10A, that caption was updated. So you can, and under 11 informational items, item G, Public Works monthly report, that item was added. So you can tell that the attorney got a hold of the agenda on Friday and corrected all the captions. But that's all I have.
Mr. Chair, thank you. If I may, Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Commissioner Garcia.
I'd like to make a motion for the amended agenda for discussion. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, we can't hear you, but Commissioner Hanson and Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, actually, that's what I was trying to say to Commissioner Garcia, is that we'd had two commissioners that actually, I think, had possible amendments as well. So I'm going to go to Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wondered if we could move item 11A up to before item 9, so that we can do that before we break for executive session.
Item 11A, quarterly report, restricted housing. And you want that, you're requesting to move that where?
To right after item 8.
Okay. Commissioner Hanson?
You're muted, Commissioner.
Hello?
Thank you very much.
Oh.
Mr. Chair, I would like to move item 8C up after opening business. It is presenting of certificates of appreciation for the Santa Fe Watershed Association. There are a number of people that are already logged into this meeting, and I would like to be able to present their certificates, possibly right after the consent agenda.
Okay, so we're going to move it right after the consent agenda, 8C, correct? Okay,
Yes,
so
thank
Commissioner
you.
Garcia, I'll go back to you.
Mr. Chair, is there a motion on the amendment of the agenda? So we can have a
No,
discussion?
sir. No, sir. It's still up for.
I'd like to make a motion for the amendment of the agenda as presented by the county commissioners and county manager.
Okay, so we have a motion for the approval,
Second,
and we have a second
Thank-
from Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 4B, I need to know why was that pulled off the agenda? Why is it withdrawn? And what is it about? That way we can talk about it in the public as in do. What's about the right-of-way railroad agreement and what is it about and why was it withdrawn?
Mr. Chair, that, Commissioner Garcia, that item's not withdrawn. That's still an action item.
Okay, Mr. Chair, my apologies. I thought you said it was withdrawn, 4B, sorry.
No, items 5B and 5C, those were, presentations.
Right, okay.
They were withdrawn because they were not, loaded up into the agenda in time, I think, for what I felt was an adequate review by the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Manager Miller.
And Mr. Chair, one other thing, since we're talking about moving things around, you may want to do the public hearing for the ordinance amendment prior to going into executive session as well. That way, the only things that would be remaining after executive session would be the other informational items, unless any of the board members wanted any reports on those as well.
I believe you're on mute, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move 10A to right after 11A, which was the request from Commissioner Hughes to move that one up to right after item number 8. And so we'll have that right before matters from the county attorney, and then also 10A right before. So we'll move those items. Is that all that's requested at this point? Yes? Okay. So we have had a motion and a second, right, on this? So I'm gonna go
Mr.
to
Chair,
roll
this
call.
is Rudy. I made
Go
the
ahead.
motion. Yes, I'm okay with the amended agenda and moving stuff around as you could present it, the other commissioners. So I'd make another motion for approval of the amended agenda and moving stuff around. So as a motion.
Okay. So we have a motion from Commissioner Garcia with all the amendments that we've had today, which and I'll try to remember them all. So we have a motion from Commissioner Garcia. Do I hear a second?
second,
Second from Commissioner Hanson. And those were with all the amendments as well, right, Commissioner Hanson?
yes,
Okay, so I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson,
yes,
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item passes unanimously. Okay, so next we're going to go on to item number G, and 1G, and this is years of service and new hire recognitions. County Manager Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, we like to recognize our employees for their, let's see, which one are you going to put up, Daniel? Years of service.
Yes, please let us know. There you go.
So we like to recognize employees who have been with the county in, over 5 years, but have completed years of service in 5-year increments. So 5 years, 10 years, 15, and on a quarterly basis, we do those employees who have served with the county for 20 years or more. And this past month of January, we had several people hit a 5-year milestone. In finance, we have Karen Emery, who's been with the county since January 11th, 2016. In risk management, we have Joaquin Zamora, who also started on January 11th. In public works and property control, Chris Barella started with the county 10 years ago, January 1st, 2011. In the adult detention facility, Cristobal Gallegos started with the county on January 31st, 2011, along with Roberta Joe in our legal department and Juan Rios in the sheriff's department. And then Adamina Pino, Clyde Hill, and Jeremy Renda all hit their 15 years of service, of continuous service with Santa Fe County on January 9th and then January 21st. So I just want to thank them for their dedication to Santa Fe County and the citizens of Santa Fe, and let them know we appreciate that they have made a career at Santa Fe County.
Thank you, Manager Miller, and I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, those are great milestones on these anniversaries, and it's really wonderful to see the dedicated employees of Santa Fe County that do a great job. Any other comments from commissioners? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just like to it's hard to thank all the employees that have been there forever. As you know, you worked in the county in 1995. I've worked there for many years. And, the people I know, Adamina, Juan Rios, Roberta Joe, Chris Varela, those are the people I actually know personally. So, thank you for that. And thank you for working for Santa Fe County. Sometimes it's hard to work for Santa Fe County. However, it's well worth it. But thank you for dedicating your service to public servants, because that's what we do. Thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other comments? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to our next item. And this is the consent agenda. This is 2A, the request approval of county health care assistance claims in the amount of $1,672. Community Service Department, we have Ms. Jennifer Romero. This is the consent agenda. So are there any additional questions or comments on this item? If not, what's the pleasure of the board? Commissioner Hamilton?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, so we have a
Second.
motion from Commissioner Hamilton and a second from Commissioner Garcia. I'll go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hansen?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item passes unanimously. We don't need a resolution number for that, so we'll move on to item number 3A. And these are
Mr. Chair, a couple things. I didn't get to finish the new hire recognitions. Additionally, Commissioner Hansen had requested that we bring that one item up after the consent agenda to recognize those certificates.
8C.
Yes. So if it would be okay with you, I'd just like to recognize those new hires to Santa Fe County and then move on to the certificates of appreciation.
Okay.
Great. Thank you. So we also, at the end of the month, recognize those employees who started with the county in the previous month. And as you know, we've had a hiring freeze, but we were still hiring in critical positions. We've now started to really ramp up the hiring process and bringing on more and more staff to fill those vacancies. So I just wanted to recognize these individuals that came on last month. In finance, Amanda Patterson Sanchez, a new procurement senior, specialist senior. In our legal department, Francine Labato, a paralegal. In housing, as Joseph mentioned earlier in the housing board meeting, Pauline Katnack as our FSS coordinator. And then in corrections, Matthew Brock as a case manager. And in also in corrections, Damian Trujillo as a detention officer, and a nurse LPN, Victoria Wright, and then finally a maintenance technician in our projects and facilities management, Juan Montoya. So I'd just like to welcome them to Santa Fe County and hope that in 5 years they'll be getting recognized for a 5-year milestone with the county. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Appreciate that. And how many new hires was that? I'm really happy to hear that we're still hiring quite a few people.
That was 7. We had 7 new employees last month, and I think we're going to have even more in January. I think I've already signed that many new hires, or more than that, just in the last week. So we're starting to fill a lot of those vacant positions, and I'm really grateful for those individuals who are applying and coming to join the Santa Fe County team.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to go on to item number 8C, and this was requested to move forward by Commissioner Hansen, and this is a presentation of certificate of appreciation for Santa Fe Watershed Association volunteers, care of the cottonwood saplings in the county's New River Greenway project area, and Commissioner Anna Hansen brought this forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So under the direction of Executive Director Andy Addo, the Santa Fe Water Association recruited 40 volunteers who spent over 92 hours in 2020 monitoring and caring for cottonwood saplings planted in the Santa Fe River Greenway project. This was located west of Frenchie's Field, upstream from the Siler Road Bridge, and this is our new section of the Santa Fe River Trail. Volunteers worked incredibly valuable volunteer work is incredibly valuable to every community, especially during the time of COVID. These volunteers did an exceptional job of caring for approximately 100 cottonwoods in our riverbeds. They watered the cottonwoods by hand using buckets of water from the Santa Fe River to make makeshift water tanks. They also rebuilt tree basins and collected trash from the area as time allowed. Their volunteer time of 92 hours is worth approximately $2,339.50 monetarily, but the tremendous benefit to these trees and to the health of our riverbed and community are beyond value. I am honored to present these certificates of appreciation to Andy Addo for his leadership, and individual certificates to 22 individuals and 4 student groups who volunteered their time to complete this tremendous work. The certificate reads as follows. On behalf of Santa Fe County, we award this certificate of appreciation in recognition of your volunteer service through the Santa Fe Watershed Association for your hours of monitoring and care of the cottonwood saplings in the Santa Fe County River Greenway project area. With your contribution, our cottonwoods are thriving and our community is enriched. The certificate appreciations are hereby awarded to Jill Lynch, Jazz Reese, Judith Lehman, Shanina Allen, Tim Kilpatrick, Lars Anderson, Chuck Stein, Tom Noble, Mike Thompson, Ryan Kennemore, Aaron Kennemore, Kelly Jackson Kennemore, Shoki Bundy, David Mangalis, Mandy Hughes, Matt Rice, David Parker, David Schiff, Linda Joyce, Wendy Barney, Tom Barney, Bob McDermott, and Jim Yosefs. Student groups from Santa Fe Prep under the guidance of lead teacher Olga Herrera and Liz Desmond. Santa Fe High School under the guidance of Patricia Ship, NJROTC lead teacher, and Santa Fe Indian School under the guidance of Catherine Shalala, lead teacher. I am also want to give a special shout out to Tom Noble, who was the leader of the Bucket Brigade. And so thank you, Tom. I also want to recognize Santa Fe County and city staff who collaborated with Mr. Otto and the volunteers, David Padilla, Melissa McDonald, Carrie Olson, Scott Caseman, and Richard Thompson. The Santa Fe Water Leadership asked for a special shout out, and we did that to the bucket runner, Tom Noble, and the individual certificates are attached. I believe they are being signed as we speak. And I'm sure that the chair will get the signatures done soon. And I will make sure that Sarah, our constituent liaison for District 2, will get them to Andy for him to distribute. But I want to also let Andy say a few words from the watershed. Thank you so much, Andy, for all your work on the river. I am always grateful. And I'm also extraordinarily grateful to be able to serve on the Santa Fe River Commission for the city of Santa Fe. So I have a really special place in my heart for the river.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Hanson and Mr. Chair and Commissioners. From the Santa Fe Watershed Association and the whole community, we want to thank you. This was an incredible and is an incredible project, the Greenway project. I mean, no one told you you had to do this, but you did. And this has been something, and we all get to benefit from it now, and future generations will say, look at those cottonwood trees out there. And they'll thank us, but the real project came from you guys, the commissioners and Santa Fe County. Thank you all very much. And shoot, we love working on it. So this is great. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Thank you, Mr. Otto. We really appreciate it. We even though if the commission did approve and want to go, work in this direction, it's still the work of the volunteers that really made it all happen. So thank you guys so much for all that help. And Commissioner Hanson, thank you for doing these certificates for everybody that participated and helped and achieve this goal. That it's going to be monumental, especially when we see those cottonwoods get as big as they can. They're really beautiful trees. So thank you for that. Okay, so Commissioner Hanson, back to you. Did you want to make a motion?
Yes, I move to approve these certificates.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Mr. Chair, this is Rudy. I'd like to second that.
Okay, so we have a second from Commissioner Garcia. Thank you, sir.
Just really for discussion before we go to the full, I would like to thank Andy, all the volunteers, all the staff, and as into the Greenway project that is still ongoing for many, many years, and the citizens of Santa Fe, because they voted for the GOB, the General Obligation Bond, to approve this. And we're still continuing to actually get the river connected from downtown Santa Fe all the way to 599, and we're still working on this. And I'd also like to thank the previous commissioners, anywhere from Javier Gonzalez, Marcos Trujillo, Mike Anaya, Robert Anaya, and all the previous commissioners, Paul Duran, that actually brought this forward, because without the previous commissioners that had a foresight as into getting this river turtle built, we won't be here today. And I would actually just like to thank them as well, because they actually thought about this river project and moving it forward. And we're here today as Commissioner Hanson is bringing it forward. And like I said, with all the volunteers and all the staff and everybody that's building this. This morning I was up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and the city staff was snow plowing the trail from Siler to Princess Park, and it was great to see. And but I'd just like to thank all the previous commissioners as well and the citizens, because without the vote and everything else, we won't be here without them. But thank you, Commissioner Hanson, for bringing this forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, and I appreciate you, remembering the former commissioners that actually did start getting the ball rolling. So thank you for doing that. Any other comments from the board? Okay. So seeing none, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, and thank you to all the volunteers who showed up for our meeting to listen and be here. And just on a side note, this bond for this section of the Greenway was approved in 2012. And at that time, I served on the City of Santa Fe Parks and Open Space Commission. So I have actually worked on this project since the beginning. So I'm very happy to see it brought to completion, and all the volunteers for all their great work.
Okay, thank you. So we have, then we're going to go to Commissioner Garcia. We're on the vote, sir.
You're muted, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Commissioners, like Commissioner Hanson said, just thank all the volunteers that have worked on this project, because this is a project that it's been in the works for many, many years, and it's getting done. It's awesome. It takes a little while. It's getting done. And like Commissioner said, she worked on the river project, and all the volunteers, I appreciate that, as well as the previous commissioners, and had this foresight that. But thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Hanson.
So I'll take that as a yes, an aye. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. And of course, a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item passes unanimously. Thank you. Congratulations. And once again, thank you for all your hard work. Okay. So we're going to move on to our next item. And this is item number 3, which is appointments and reappointments. Approval of reappointments to the Health Policy and Planning Commission, and from the Community Services Department, we have Ms. Patricia Boyes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Before you is a request for approval of the reappointment of 2 individuals to the Health Policy and Planning Commission, the HPPC. The resolution approved by the board just last month provides for 9 members of the HPPC, 1 from each of the 5 districts and 4 countywide appointments. The first term of Krista Coggins, who has been serving in District 4, has expired, and she is requested to be reappointed for a second term. Krista Coggins is the Vice President for Community Philanthropy at the Santa Fe Community Foundation, where she is the subject matter expert on health with a 25-year career in public health. The first term of Lori Glaze has also expired. Lori Glaze lives in District 5, and there is already an HPPC member in that district, so she has requested reappointment to one of the county-wide positions. Lori Glaze has over 30 years experience in the nonprofit health and human services sector, and she's also served as chair of the Health Policy and Planning Commission during her first term. The resolution allows for 2 terms for members, and the terms are for 3 years. So we are recommending the reappointment of Krista Coggins to the District 4 position, and the reappointment of Lori Glaze to one of the countywide positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boyes. Do we have any comments or questions from the board? And these 2 districts, If the commissioners would like to make a motion from the district in a second, Commissioner Hamilton. Yeah, you're muted.
Guess I have to actually push the button. I would like to move to approve these appointments.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton
Second.
and a second from Commissioner Hughes. Thank you, sir. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia.
Yes, and just once again, thank you to all the volunteers because it takes a lot of work, a lot of time to volunteer for these boards. So yes, I appreciate you all for doing what you do. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So these appointments have passed unanimously. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to item number 4, and this is miscellaneous action items. The first one is 4A, a resolution authorizing the county manager to complete and submit local DWI grant program applications and related documents and agreements. So we're going to go to the Community Service Department. We have Chanel Delgado.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. It's Rachel O'Connor.
Hi, Rachel.
Thank you for that introduction. As you know, the Santa Fe County Community Services Department operates a DWI program. The funding comes from the state of New Mexico through the what's called LDWI. It's the local DWI grant program. It's funded by the alcohol excise tax and funds all the programs that we oversee in terms of detoxification services, prevention, compliance monitoring, and enforcement. So this is allowing the county manager to sign and submit applications for grant funding. So I stand for any questions, as well as Chanel Delgado, who's our DWI coordinator at the moment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Miss. Let's see here. Miss Delgado, did you have anything to add?
No, Chairman, I don't. I just wanted to add that this would allow us to continue the great work we're doing in Santa Fe County.
Okay, great. Okay, any questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, this is Rita. If there's no questions, I'll move for approval. Great job. Thank you, guys, ladies.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Garcia. Do I hear a second? Commissioner Hanson?
I will second.
Okay, so we have a second from Commissioner Hanson. Under discussion. Anything else under discussion? Okay. So I just want to also, just say that this is a great program, and so I'm glad that we are approving this today. And so I'm going to go to a roll call vote. So we have a motion and a second. The roll call vote. I'll start with Commissioner Hanson.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes.
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, can we get a resolution number?
Yes, that's resolution 2021-009.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so we're going to go on to item number 4B, and this is request approval of NMDOT Railroad Right-of-Way Drainage License, Santa Fe County Agreement number 2021-0125-PW. And from the Public Works Department, I believe we have Mr. Ryan Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is a New Mexico DOT Railroad right-of-way drainage easement license for our County Road 50A, which is General Goodwin. It's a project that's upcoming, and it's a improvement project of both the road and drainage infrastructure. So this drainage license is actually specific to NMDOT. While there's other easements for the project, this particular easement is specifically with NMDOT to use a section of the right-of-way that goes underneath the railroad for any kind of drainage improvements that we'll need that could impact that area during the construction project. So I'll go ahead and read this with the specifics. NMDOT hereby grants licensee a non-exclusive license subject to all existing rights, interests, and estates of third parties, including without limitation any leases, use rights, easements, liens, or other encumbrances, and upon the terms and conditions set forth below, to use a portion of the New Mexico Railroad right-of-way at Bridge 849.65. The portion consists of an area of 100 feet long and a width beginning with 60 feet long at the north boundary, narrowing 12.5 feet in width under the railroad bridge, and widening to 35 feet in width along the south boundary, consisting of an area 2,561 square feet, more or less, as approved by NMDOT for the purpose and use of a drainage crossing to improve County Road 55A drainage at milepost 849.65 of the Albuquerque subdivision near the village of Los Cerrillos, Santa Fe County, New Mexico. I would stand for any questions on this. Daniel, if you would, before I do that, could you pull up the map? I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of the area that this project's in and the actual railroad right-of-way piece that we're looking at. Thank you, sir. So it may be a little difficult to see on this scale. The image to the left actually is an overall image, and Highway 14 is the state highway that you can kind of see a curve in that northwest corner, and 55A then comes off of that south. You can kind of see the drainage way as it goes through there. And then if we could look at the blown up area, please. We've got the exhibit. So that's the actual area that the license agreement is for, or the drainage license, is that particular bridge there on General Goodwin. It actually goes into General Goodwin, his property, but it actually goes on the railroad. And then the next, if you could go to the next slide. Thank you, sir. This one's difficult to see. This is what NMDOT submitted as the area impacted and what we're actually discussing. So that's actually in the packet as well, but that's a little bit more detailed and has some dimensions on it. So I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Do we have any questions?
Mr. Chair, I do. This is Rudy.
Commissioner Garcia, go ahead.
So really quick, the images that you have on the computer for the general public, I can't see them well. You need for me to blow those out so that way you can see where Cerrillos is, where Madrid is, and where State Road 14 is, because I'm looking at, I know where it's at. I've been there. I drive that road. So for the general public, as in, where are we at out here? Because we've had this agreement sitting there for a little while now, guys and ladies, for what, 10 years now. So I just wanted to let you know. So we have an agreement at State Road 14 right there. Stop right there. State Road 14 and 55A. We have that agreement with the State Highway Department because that's a state road, and we also have an agreement down the road with Mr. Goodwin's son, General Goodwin's son. So this agreement is for what, at 55A and State Road 14, or down the road with the private individual that we need drainage for?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, this is actually for specific to the railroad right of way, so the NMDOT. So where I have the orange square box, that's the actual area from State Highway 14. So it's specific to that actual underpass, which is a railroad underpass into Mr. Goodwin's property.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So really quick, so we have three different agreements. We have the DOT at State Road 14 and 55A. That's one agreement that we still need to work on that. We also have the agreement with Mr. Goodwin's, General Goodwin's son, that we have to get this drainage, that we're still working on that. And then we're working on this agreement so the railroad agreement, is it BNSF Railroad, or is it the Highway Department? Who owns that railroad track, and why does the Highway Department own property under that railroad? Because it's BNSF, it's Amtrak, right? So that's the questions I have.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Garcia, the DOT is actually the owner of that track. If you recall, several years ago, they bought the track from the Colorado border all the way south
Cool.
past Albuquerque. That's part of
Got
what they own, so we were required to get their approval to actually push water underneath that bridge to be able to get it onto the Woodland property.
Thank you, Director Hiron. You're right. I forgot about the whole railroad and all that stuff. We actually acquired that many, many years ago, the highway department. So now I understand that. Okay, I just wanted to bring it up because I'm going to have questions here in the future as into the agreement we've been working with the highway department and 14 and 55A, as well as Mr. Goodwin. So that's just one to put on the record. But thank you, Director Hiron, as well as Ryan. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia.
And with that, I'd like to make a motion for approval, definitely, if there's no other questions. Thank you.
We have a motion from Commissioner Garcia. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, we had multiple seconds. So I think from Commissioner Hamilton and Commissioner Hughes. So we have a motion and a second, and I'm going to go to roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal, so this item also passes unanimously. Next, we're going to go on to miscellaneous action items number 4C. This is request 1, approval of indefinite quantity agreement to 2021-0122-CORR between Santa Fe County and BI Technologies Incorporated to provide electronic monitoring services for adult detention facility. Secondly, to authorize the use of an outside contract. And third, to delegate signature authority to the county manager to sign the purchase orders. And from the purchasing division, we have Mr. Bill Taylor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Thank you. Santa Fe County has been under contract utilizing this BI Technologies contract. It's a GSA, General Services Administration contract that we utilize for electronic monitoring services for those residents who are court ordered to be monitored electronically while on probation or as an alternative to incarceration. We require that our regulations that the board approve authorize us, allow us to use outside contracts is the reason this is before you. And of course, it's an indefinite quantity, an amount, and we also are asking that that you authorize the county manager to sign those purchase orders. With that, Mr. Chair, I can stand for questions.
Okay, do we have questions from the board? I'll look for a show of hands. Commissioner Hamilton?
How much do you anticipate on an annual basis? I mean, in the background section, it gives an amount that was spent over the last 4 years. So, you know, I can extrapolate, but
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, I totaled that up, and I think I may have, I did not provide it as supporting documents on here, but yes, it's approximately $450,000 a year that we spend. That's been over a 4-year period that we spend on electronic monitoring for the county. Around 400.
yeah. So is there any reason to think that, I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is there any reason to think that we, that amount is going to change substantially? We're doing this as an indefinite agreement, but that's certainly will allow us to have this for, I assume, for multiple years.
Well, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hamilton, indefinite quantity actually refers to the amount of money that it can, that, you know, there's not a cap or a not to exceed amount to spend on the contract. The contract will be amended each annually, but the county does have the right to terminate or use other price agreements if we find savings with other vendors that offer this. So it doesn't lock us in on an extended term, but it is a contract that does not have a limit or a total not to exceed amount.
Right, so why are we doing that?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hamilton, because we do not know how many adjudicated clients we will have and how many electronic monitoring. It varies. There are too many variables associated with the number of specific products that we'll be purchasing from the vendor.
But we have historic data. I'm just wondering why we don't put it in for $500,000. Do we have a reason to think that we've had discussions about the potential for this kind of electronic monitoring program to be expanded substantially. So I know we consider it one way in the budget, and I'm just wondering why this doesn't have a cap on it.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we can certainly put a cap on it. What that would mean that if we exceed that amount, of course, we would have to come back to the board with another amendment, amending the contract to increase the compensation. So we have done this historically, knowing, we do have historic back information on, but it's been historically been around $1.5 million to $2 million over a 4-year period, and we can certainly do a not to exceed. But this, trying to create a document that is more amenable to the process.
Right. Well, I can respect that. Manager Miller, do you have thoughts about this? Is there a reason to want to put a cap on this, or have we typically done it this way? It just seems, I didn't quite expect that. And that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but that's why I'm asking the question.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, I think it's the appropriate way to do the contract. Where the board really, I think, weighs in on how this is just the mechanism to get the units ordered, but the part where the board, I think, weighs in the most heavily is in our budget and what we budget for this program, based upon what we've been doing for multiple years. Right now, I would say the actual quantity is down. We had difficulty a few years ago where we felt like the courts were kind of using this or using this program, but we met with district court and we met with magistrate court, and requested that they not just utilize the most expensive units. It really, like I said, the contract, I wouldn't worry so much about the structure of the contract as I would about how we work with the courts to make sure that they're not just using these excessively when it's not really necessary, and also with on the budget side of it.
Right. Okay, because normally, so I was wondering if something like that often functions as a trigger for something to have to come back to us, and then it can be used to say, this, you've been using this more than what we agreed to, as evidenced by here, and I'm going to have to take this back to the board. I mean, if that's not critical, I'm fine with it. That's what I was thinking and wanting to know why it didn't need that trigger.
And I think that typically we've had to come back to the board to move money into this item. We budget it and then we come back and we amend the contract. This would just mean we'd be coming to you if we end up in the unfortunate situation where it's being overutilized as a matter of convenience as opposed to a matter of necessity for the courts, or as a reasonable alternative measure for to an alternative to incarceration. You know, that is one of those areas where we've come to the board and had discussions and presented to you that we A, need more money for it, and B, would like to look at transitioning this program over to the courts or something like that. We did meet with the courts, as a matter of fact, about that, but we didn't get a whole lot of response back. I mean, it was a good meeting, but we didn't get a lot of response back as to how they could envision running their own program for electronic monitoring. So, but it's right now, as I said, it's been this past year, they've utilized it less, as well as we have less inmates in the facility. Obviously, a lot of that is attributed to the pandemic. And as we come out of the pandemic, we'll have to keep an eye on how this program and our population at the adult detention facility migrates upward and what drives that.
Okay, thank you, Madam Miller. Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Chair, I have some questions. This is Rudy.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Garcia, go ahead.
Commissioner Hamilton, great questions, because as you all know, we're the elected officials that run the budget for Santa Fe County. And for the general public to realize what's happening is whenever an individual gets incarcerated or they go to jail, the district judge says, put them on an ankle monitor bracelet, or him or her. Okay, they do that. And we pay for it. The taxpayers of Santa Fe County pay for this. And whenever the district judge says, well, put them on an ankle bracelet, can we pay for it? So the question is, for that I have is, when do we do a cap? Because it's a larger challenge that we have in this community other than just putting somebody on an ankle bracelet. So is there a cap? When does the county commission say we have to have a cap? Because when do you stop? I don't know. Or when do you give more? I don't know. Great questions, Commissioner Hamilton. And one thing for Mr. Taylor, vendors, is there only one vendor that does these bracelets? So does that vendor actually get the contracts for year after year, or is there 10 or 20 different vendors? Answer the question a bit. And so where are we at with that? So because this is something that, as Manager Miller knows, and as us as elected officials know, that this is something that it affects our budget. When do we put a cap on it? I don't know. Or do we? I don't know. Or do we turn it back over to the district court and say, it's really a community issue. It's like our jail. Us taxpayers run our jail. Us taxpayers run the ankle monitoring. Us taxpayers that we're responsible for run our budget. And when do we, how do we handle it? How do we handle this challenge? I don't know. But big question, Commissioner Hamilton, because this is something that the general public needs to start realizing how our budget is spent and what we're doing. And okay, I'll stop on that. And then I'm interested in the cap. Do we place a cap on it? And is this really an indefinite agreement or not? Can this agreement go on forever and ever, the next 2, 3, 5 years? And does the county manager in 3, 5, 7 years can sign this agreement and say, we have this cap? There's no cap. Sign the agreement. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, again, the indefinite quantity is only refers to the amount spent on the contract. It's not the term. The contract has to be extended annually, so it does not go on and on. The answer to your first question, there are other vendors that provide this. These ankle monitoring service, BI, provided us the best price. We are, for your information and the board's information, we are currently discussing pricing with other vendors on the price agreement. We might be able to realize some savings in that area, and we may be coming back to the board with an agreement with another vendor as well. But as far as the cap, do we put a cap on it? We can, as I said, we can certainly do that. But I think that budget management, what the departments are budgeted for, and the commission oversees those budgets and is informed of those budgets is in some indirect way a cap for these contracts. And it does come to a point where the commission can say we don't want to increase the amount on this contract anymore, or the budget. So I think the mechanism, as County Manager Miller alluded to, is the correct mechanism for this contract as an indefinite quantity, but it is specific to the amount of money, not the number of years.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. So one of the things that just for the general public knows, we don't just pay for these ankle bracelets. We pay for the staff that runs them. We pay for the sheriff and the public safety people to monitor stuff. And it doesn't just include putting a bracelet on your ankle or your wrist. It actually includes the backup material as into GPS, where all these individuals at, what's happening. So us as the county, not even the city, us as the county, we actually provide this for individuals that get this bracelet. And so when do we put a cap on it? Because we've been dealing with this for the last 2, 3, 4, every year, 2 years, we come up with this little bit more of an increase. When do we draw a cap? And how do we work as a community together to say what's happening, what's going on? And Manager Miller, I understand where you're at and what you do and what we do. And so I'm just bringing that up as something that as a community we need to talk about. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Taylor, and thank you, Manager Miller and Commissioner Hamilton for bringing up the question, the start of the dialogue.
Commissioner. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Manager Miller?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia brings up a point that we had discussed, and if the board would like us to look at this and go back and talk to the judges again, the cap was not so much on our contract, because it doesn't do any good for us to put a cap on our contract if the judges continue to put people on, sentence them to electronic monitoring. So as I said, the contract that we're asking you to approve is just a mechanism so we're able to order those devices for the inmates that are sentenced to electronic monitoring. The judges control who is sentenced to electronic monitoring and the type of device. But one thing we had discussed when it was getting kind of budgetarily out of control, because it just kept increasing and increasing and increasing, we discussed about saying, okay, we'll still run we've discussed two potential things. One was we could continue to run the program, but each court would have a limited number of devices that they could have access to sentencing people to. Or we could say, okay, courts, we'll give you a certain amount of money and you go contract with your own company and you manage your own electronic monitoring. I think that second alternative was not very attractive to the courts, because they don't have a budget for this. They don't have case managers. We have case managers, and we're the ones with the budget for it. So they didn't say absolutely no, but they also didn't jump at that and say, yeah, give us X amount of money and we'll go run with it. Additionally, that sets a precedence up of counties funding a program for the state district courts. And I'm not sure that that's what we want to set that precedence either. The original intent of this program for Santa Fe County was, we used to have a private operator at our jail, and we paid that operator for every inmate. We paid a per diem for them in the facility. And some people would be better, rather than in a facility, be better on an electronic monitoring device, and it was also less expensive. if I recall, the time we came up with the program, we were talking paying $65 a day to a contractor for someone who was sentenced to the facility versus something like $20 a day to somebody who was on electronic monitoring. So it was twofold. It was one, to bring down the cost of having somebody incarcerated, as well, or to give us an alternative that was less costly, and also so that individuals who maybe didn't need to be incarcerated, just needed some monitoring, and could keep their job and continue to work, could be on a program like this. So as I said, right now the program is doing pretty well. It's not overburdened, but I would anticipate, as I said earlier, as we move beyond the pandemic, we'll start to see more individuals sentenced into our facility, as well as more people put on electronic monitoring. So we will likely have to revisit this issue again with the courts to keep the cost of this program down.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller, and and you may have actually mentioned this as well, but I know like when people get a DWI and they have to pay for, I think they pay a certain percentage or possibly all of it of the actual device they have to install on their vehicle. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, there is a program that they can pay a portion of it. They don't pay the total cost of the device, but it's also, there's a scale of cost sharing based upon somebody's income, and the judges can waive that. It's completely up to the judge as to whether an individual on our electronic monitoring program actually shares in the cost.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. Any other questions? Okay, Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Manager Miller, for your explanation. I appreciate that. I think that being able to put people on electric monitoring is really important, that we're able to do that. It does also reduce our costs of putting somebody in the jail. So it is kind of has a double-edged sword, so to speak. But I want to make a motion to approve the indefinite quality agreement number 2021-0122 between Santa Fe County and BI Technologies. I think in many ways it's a humane thing to be able to do, to put people on an electric monitor who do not need to be in the jail. And especially during this particular time of COVID, that to keep people out of these crowded situations is really important. You know, I think that is one of the humane things that we can do for people. So with that, I move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and also a second from Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Hughes. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, and just for discussion, Commissioner Hughes knows this better than any of us. You have individuals that are homeless, and what? Yes, let's just throw more money at it. Throw more money at it. I get it. I understand that, but when do we actually say, how do we fix out the challenge that we have in our community? Because we can put people in bracelets all day long because of COVID. It's been here. We've been doing this for 10 years now. Commissioner Hughes knows this. Whenever you have individuals that are a little homeless, what are we doing? Where are we? How do we get over the mountain and to the mountain? but I understand what we're doing. I get it. And so that's just my larger challenge and my larger as into speaking as into, okay, let's give them some more money. I understand that, but how do we fix the larger picture? So, Mr. Chair, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else under discussion before I go through the rest of the vote? Okay, Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item passes unanimously as well. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. We appreciate it. Okay, so we're going to go on to item number 4D, and this is request approval of the amendment number 5 to agreement number 2018-0047-B-CSD MM with La Familia Medical Center, increasing the compensation by $736,050 to provide assistance to low-income residents of Santa Fe County for a total contract sum of $3,144,100 inclusive of New Mexico GRT, and second, delegating signature authority to the county manager to sign the purchase order. And once again, from the purchasing division, we have Mr. Bill Taylor, and I believe Ms. Boys would be available too from Community Services.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners again. The Community Services Department entered into agreement with La Familia to provide these services in January 2018. There's been 4 prior amendments that have increased compensation each year and extended the term. Where we are with this final amendment number 5 that increases the amount. $736,000 for the total contract sum of $3,144,100. And again, this provides assistance to the low-income residents in our community. Resolution 2014 143, the increase to the amount requires board approval, and that's why it's here before you. But I will stand for any questions, and of course, Ms. Boys is online here to also provide any answers to questions regarding the services provided.
Mr. Chair, if I may, this is Rudy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Taylor. Do we have any questions from the commission?
I do,
Commissioner Garcia?
Just really quick, this is actually a great benefit to the community. This is a commissioner's Hanson's district, and if you ever go to La Familia Medical Center and you see how they help out individuals and what they do and how they do it, you have the Dr. Gonzalez, who's the actually assistant that helps out individuals. This is really good. It's part of one of our GRT taxes. Whenever you go and buy something, this is where we get a piece of the pie, and this is where it goes to. And I think this is a great thing that helps out the low-income individuals in our community, because especially these days, as Commissioner Hanson said during the COVID, people aren't working anymore, and families are having a hard time. And whether you're in school or not in school, your mom or your dad can't afford to do what you need to do, and go to La Familia. And if you go there, I've been there, and not too toured. This is great. And if there's no other questions on this, I just like to make a motion for approval. Great cost, great, well spent money.
Okay, so
Thank you,
I'm going
Mr.
to go
Chair.
to Commissioner Hanson thank you, Commissioner Garcia, as you indicated, this is in her district. Commissioner Hanson?
Yeah, I'll second this, but I also want to state for the record that, over the last couple of years, we have expanded their facility and really been able to provide more services to the community, which is really important. And Wendy Johnson, who is one of the main doctors there, is really a great asset and contributes tremendously to our community and to the community's well-being. And so I am grateful that we are able, as Santa Fe County residents and as a larger Santa Fe County, to support this important medical facility and give so many people the opportunity to find wellness and get wellness. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. And, I know that the work that they do here is, it's huge. I mean, I've been a foster parent for 12 years, and a lot of the kids that do come into our home sometimes actually their doctors are with La Familia. So we of course want that to remain as normal as possible. So we do a lot of times take them to the doctors that they were already seeing. So I mean, it's just every time I've been there, just the standard of professionalism and everything else is just great. So I appreciate that. Any other comments from the commission?
Just Mr. Chair, really quick.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
If this is Commissioner Hanson's district, and I guess it's just true and dear to my heart, La Familia Medical Center, because back in the days, that whole property that we have there, the Agua Fria Park, the Nancy Rodriguez Community Center, as well as the La Familia Medical Center, which was the first project there, that was our first CDBG grant application that Santa Fe County ever applied for. And we built that facility for this purpose. And so I grew up in the Agua Fria Village. I went to Agua Fria School, but that's kind of true and dear to my heart. But if Commissioner Hanson, that is your district, and if you want to make the motion and I can second it, I'm okay with that. But I apologize for stepping over your district, and just want to let you know that that's our first CDBG application the county ever applied for, and we've added on to it. We did it, and it's good, and it's working. So I just wanted to bring that up, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hanson? You're muted, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I am good with the motion going forward. I think that we all care about La Familia. It is not just because it is in my district, it doesn't mean that my constituents are the only people who use that. That facility is used by people throughout Santa Fe County. And there are many, many people that we provide service to there, and it is a really important asset for Santa Fe County.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, you're muted.
Okay, so we do have a motion from Commissioner Garcia and a second from Commissioner Hanson. So we're going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Roybal? Of course, yes. So we actually have this pass unanimously, which I know that this is something that's very important for the county. So thank you all, commissioners. So item 4D has passed unanimously. So I'm going to go on to our next item, and this is item number 4E, and this is a resolution approving and accepting the FY 2020 audit. And from the Finance Division, we have our Director, Ms. Yvonne Herrera.
Good morning, Commissioner Roybach and commissioners. Chair Roybach, excuse me. I'm here with Steve Montoya from RADW, the principal on the audit for 2020. As required by New Mexico Administrative Code, we are required to present the 2020 financial statements to the board for approval once it's completed. The audit was completed. An exit conference was held with the audit committee on November 30th, 2020, and the New Mexico Office of the State Auditor reviewed and officially released the audit on December 28th, 2020. I have, as I previously mentioned, I have Steve Montoya from RDW to present the financial statements to the board. I want to thank them for performing the audit I think last year I begrudgingly thanked them for doing the work for us. This year was quite different with COVID. It was really interesting trying to figure out how we were going to get everything done virtually, electronically, making sure that we could provide them with the appropriate documentation so that they felt comfortable with the numbers that we presented in the financial statements. And I have to say it was probably one of the easiest audits that I've ever been through. Even though they gave us findings, which I still disagree with their assessment. I will accept them, however, because sometimes we do make mistakes and sometimes we have to fix things that other people point out. So just kind of be a big girl about it and just move forward. With that, I will pass it on to Steve Montoya and John Rothweil to present the financial statement information to the board. Daniel, if it's possible, will you be able to do the presentation? There you go, Steve.
I believe you're muted. There you
go. Okay, thank you, Yvonne. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. And thank you, Daniel, for getting the PowerPoint up. Yeah, just a small PowerPoint that I wanted to go through just to present the audit results. Like Yvonne said, this was definitely an unusual year with COVID-19, and definitely a sincere appreciation for Yvonne and all of the staff there at Santa Fe County. They really helped in getting us the documents that we needed. They were able to jump on Zoom calls and meetings with us throughout the audit. And so it was definitely appreciated, just all of the efforts that they gave. And also with the Housing Authority as well, because I'll go over this in a bit, but we do a federal compliance test work there, and all of their staff was very supportive as well. And so definitely extended appreciation to all of the team. The audit, it's a pretty substantial effort that goes into the year-end audit. There's a statutory deadline. The audit's due December 1st to the state auditor's office. The audit, by the time, the financials are all drafted, there's the Santa Fe County presents a comprehensive annual financial report, which is pretty substantial. It's about 300 pages of financial information. So we really get all that information and start rolling really deep in October and go on through the beginning of December. And, the audit had about 860 hours of our time. So, it's a big effort that goes into testing things and looking at numbers and disclosures. And so anyway, it's quite a movement. And then, management does a nice job of the CAFR, and they've received, the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting in previous years from the GFOA. So that is a pretty a big accomplishment as well that they've always had. So with that, this is the audit results for the June 30th, 2020. We can go ahead and go to the next slide. And, as Yvonne mentioned, the purpose of this is to comply with the Open Meetings Act and present the audit results to the public and to those charged with governance. We held our exit conference with the county's audit, with the audit team, and also with management. And we went over, at that time, it was on November 30th, and that was before we submitted the reports over to State Auditor's Office. We went over our responsibilities, management's responsibilities, some other communications, and discussed the results of our audit as well. And so if we go to the next slide. So the scope, and I kind of left off on that last slide, the scope of our audit, it includes the financial audit and also the federal compliance audit. So we're testing both the numbers and also federal compliance for the programs. We conduct our audit in accordance with U.S. generally accepted auditing standards, government auditing standards, the uniform guidance, which is the federal requirements. And then also we have the state auditor rules and regulations, which we have to follow as well. So there's quite several bodies and regulations that we're adhering to throughout our audit. The audit objective is always to obtain reasonable but not absolute assurance. And so, we're not looking at every number in the financial. We're not looking at every transaction in that went on during the year, but we're, doing a risk-based audit approach, and we're looking at material items. And, we're using auditor judgment as well in doing our audit. And then if we go to the next slide. So the status of our audit is that we're complete. The audit is fully complete. The state auditor's office has approved the audit reports. The audit reports are available on OSA's website as well as the county's website. In the finance section. And then the audit reports, those also have to be submitted over to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse, which is the federal government requires those to be submitted. And so the reports have been submitted and accepted by the Federal Audit Clearinghouse. Okay, and if we go to the next slide. So our audit results is that we had unmodified opinions on the financial statements and the major federal program compliance. And so what that means is that that's the highest level of assurance that we can give as auditors, is basically saying that it was a very clean audit as far as our opinion on the financials, and on the compliance. So if there was any material misstatements that were not corrected, then we would have a modification. But there was no such items like that, and so we gave an unmodified opinion, which again is a clean opinion. The report on internal controls over financial reporting. This is if we had identified a control deficiency during our audit that we felt was a material deficiency of controls, that we would need to raise it to that level to report to the county. We didn't have any such findings in current year, so no material weaknesses of internal controls. And so then if we go to the next slide. So this is a summary of our findings. So we didn't have any material weaknesses, but as Yvonne mentioned, we had some findings, and there was 5 findings this last year for the 2020 audit. 4 of them were repeat findings from the 2019 audit. There was some modification as far as what actually had occurred, but it was the similar issue. And so the first finding that we had was related to financial statement bank reconciliations. And so there was a reconciling item that required more supporting documents regarding that reconciling item. And then the other 4 that are there from 2002 to down to 2020 005, those are state auditor compliance findings. And so, we're required to report, matters that are regulatory requirements by the state audit rule. And so the 2020-002 is related to cash receipts, and that's that deposits need to be made into the bank within 24 hours of the cash receipt, so by the next business day. And so we had, one transaction that we found that wasn't deposited within that time frame. And then the collateralization finding that related to the bank deposits, they're federally insured up to a certain amount. And then after that amount, there needs to be other pledged securities to insure them, basically. The state auditor's office requires that at least 50% of that amount that's over the FDIC limit be collateralized. And so there was some investments and bank deposits that didn't have that additional pledged securities, so the additional insurance. The next one was for budgeted expenditures in excess of budgeted revenues. So this had to do with a budget adjustment that basically put the budgeted expenditures over budgeted revenues, because there was when they did the adjustment for the budget, they posted it to the expense, but they didn't record the budgeted revenues. And so that again is more of an accounting issue, but just you always want to keep a balanced budget. And so the last one had to do with budget reconciliations, and this one has to do with the budget that the county has that needs to reconcile to the budget that DFA has. And so those two budgets were not reconciled between each other. And so again, the county, the county just needs to make sure that the budget is matching up to DFA's budgeted amounts as well. And so if we go to the next slide, this next slide here, and this just shows the status of the prior year findings. And so although four of them were repeat findings showing as unresolved, there was one finding from last year's audit related to accounts payable cutoff procedures that was resolved in current year. And so, we tested accounts payable in our 2020 audit, and we didn't identify any issues with the cutoff procedures. And so, the county did a good job of correcting that finding. And then if we go to the next slide. So this next slide, this here shows the federal compliance. So this has to do with the federal audit, and we have to select certain programs that are typically the large programs that receive federal funds and have federal fund expenditures, and we test those for compliance. The two programs that we tested this year was the Housing Voucher Cluster Program, and then there was the Highway Planning and Construction Cluster. And so together, by testing those two programs, that made up approximately 60% of the total federal assistance that the county received. So quite a bit of federal funds that were tested during the year. And so with the test work that we didn't have any findings. So it was a good job again to management and the housing authority and the program management there was no findings related to our federal audit program testing this year. And so if we go to the next slide, this next slide here just kind of has some other required communications, is that there's no other matters that are significant to the oversight of the county that hasn't been previously communicated. We, at the end of our audit, we request a representation letter from management, just saying that they provided us all information and disclosed all information to us. And so we received that before the end of the audit. And our engagement letter, of course, that describes all our responsibilities in accordance with the professional standards and our requirements regarding independence. And so if we go to the last slide, this has our contact information. John Rothweiler is here. He's on this meeting as well. He was the manager of the engagement. And so both of our contact information is there, and we can answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Montoya, and also Ms. Herrera. Do we have questions from the commission? I'll look for a show of hands.
Mr. Chair, I have a
Commissioner
question.
And then I'll go to Commissioner Garcia.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question is, what are we doing to resolve the findings so that we don't have them next year? And that's more of a question, I guess, for the staff than Mr. Montoya.
Chair Roybal, Commissioner Hughes, as Steve mentioned, these are our continuing findings, and every year we continue to make improvements in our processes in relation to the cash receipt and the collateralization findings. We continue to work with the Treasurer's Office to ensure that all of our investments fall under that FDI threshold of $250,000, if not separately secured by additional securities purchased by the bank or held by the bank under our name. And as far as the cash receipts go, the 24-hour rule, we continue to work with the Treasurer's Office. They've actually implemented remote deposit process so that departments can actually have a machine at their office to be able to do deposits with checks that go directly to the bank. So we're hoping that that new process will actually help us with our 24-hour rule issue, getting all of our cash receipts within the bank within that 24 hours. The finance division is working with Treasurer Manzanares to work on the collateral to try to make sure that we get that resolved for the audit for fiscal year 21. So she is enthusiastic on making sure that we comply with all requirements. So I hope that we can resolve that issue. And it's pretty much a really simple issue, especially since we tend to invest in a lot of CDs. We just need to make sure that when we purchase the CD, we don't purchase it for the full $250,000. That we purchase it for like 230, 240 to allow for appreciation, any accrued interest, and so forth and so on. I don't think that will be an issue now that she understands exactly what the specific problem is with that finding. As far as the bank reconciliation finding that we had, we are working through the prior month's reconciliations to figure out where that difference started and why that difference was. We continue to make improvements in our reconciliation process. That's actually one of the areas that I hope to discuss with the audit committee to make part of our internal audit plan in the next 3 years to make sure that our process is, one, sound, and two, is as efficient as it can be given the number of accounts that the county does have. And then as far as the budget errors, the first one, as Steve mentioned, was unbalanced. That one is, we have to add additional steps within our own internal processes to ensure that when we provide the board with a budget adjustment, that it truly is a balanced budget, meaning that we have the resources coming in that matches the outflow of the money that we expect to spend. In the particular case of the budget adjustment that we presented to the board last year, it was just out of balance, and we ended up overlooking it. I don't think that's anything other than adding an additional step to ensure that we actually make sure that our budget adjustments are balanced. And then as far as the reconciliation with DFA, after we had submitted the budget, the final budget for fiscal year 21, we had discovered through discussions with DFA that we had actually been missing a step in relation to the project budgets that we roll over from year to year. So we present our project budgets to the board, you approve them, and the intent is that that budget is good through the life of the project. Even though so the life of the project could be anywhere from the 12 months to several years. The step that we were missing was we were not notifying DFA of the available budget at the end of one fiscal year that was rolled over into the next. So we essentially were giving ourselves additional budget authority in DFA's view. So when we went to reconcile our budget based upon our books versus what DFA had, we had more budget than what DFA did, was showing. Now that we know what that we have to comply with that and bring that bar to the board to get you to approve the remaining budget, and then adding one more step and ensuring that before we close out the fiscal year, we compare the DFA system with our own accounting system, make sure that everything does budget or balance, make sure that every bar that we process throughout the year got entered into both systems, which our budget office is actually doing on a monthly basis now. So adding a few additional procedures on finances side, I believe, knock on wood, that we won't have these findings now in 21. That's what my hope is. I know that everybody's anxious to try to get rid of this 24-hour cash receipt deposit that we seem to continue to have, as well as the collateralization finding. Unfortunately, it just seems to continue to we continue to need to make improvements to try to finally get rid of these findings.
Thank you, Ms. Herrera. I think that's great that you've thought through all that, and I can only imagine how hard it is to keep track, of all the money that flows through the county on a yearly basis and make sure every penny's accounted for. And I did want to say that whenever my nonprofit gets a finding, I don't agree with it either, but it usually is an opportunity to improve. So thank you very much. That was a good answer to my question.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Thank you, Ms. Herrera. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you for the audit. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for bringing this forward. As Commissioner Hughes mentioned, Santa Fe County's budget, we're doing great. Thanks to very conservative Manager Miller and her team, her entire team, because people don't realize our budget and our findings were minimal, but let's knock on wood, yes. And let's move forward, because our rating for Moody's rating is we're like number one in the state for our ratings. And so I would like to thank the entire finance department for bringing this forward, because there's individuals that work for finance that have worked for many years, and they actually are responsible for helping all this out. So thank you for the entire finance department for bringing this forward, because it is about people that work in the trenches that we don't recognize, but the whole team is bringing this forward. The housing individuals, thank you for bringing that progress forward, because that's what's happening with finance. Housing. We're moving forward, because again, Santa Fe County's budget, Manager Miller and your entire team and the finance department, great job, because we're number one in this state, and we have the best rating that we can have, because that pays for schools and everything else down through GRT. It pays for the stuff that we just did for La Familia. Our entire budget pays for a lot of that stuff that the taxpayer doesn't realize what they're paying for, but I appreciate that. I understand the project stuff, as into working with DFA and the entire projects, as into we got to reconcile with DFA as into what's going on, what's happening, get that, understand that. And Treasurer Varela last time came forward and said, that was some of the findings that he had. And so we're working that now. So with our new treasurer, I'm sure she's actually going to work on how we do deposits and when do we do deposits and whether we do cash or not cash. So we're working on that. And I appreciate the budget once again. And just the entire finance team. The people have been there for many, many years and keep us going. And Manager Miller, you were our finance director many years ago, and Teresa came and everybody else came, and Santa Fe County's budget is very good and conservative, and this is why many of our county employees and a lot of our programs are still getting funding, because we do well, And I know there's a couple of findings that we have, which we can knock on wood. And it's not good morning, Mrs. Quintana, but anyhow. So these are some of the things that Santa Fe County does well. And being an elected official for Santa Fe County for our budget, I'm happy to be with Santa Fe County. And little things we got to work on, we will. But thanks for the entire team. Appreciate you all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson, I believe had her hand up as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to also recognize Yvonne and her entire staff for your diligent work, and also Stephen and your team at RDW. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to work with you. I've worked with you on other audits, and it's great to have your expertise and on this process. So thank you to everybody, the entire team. We can only work to get better. So thank you for your hard work, always, all of you.
Hanson. Were there any other commissioners that had questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I just want to also thank our finance division and our auditors for bringing this presentation forward. And as usual, we're really proud of the work that the finance department does in keeping us in. I guess on walking a straight and narrow, there's a couple of findings that will, it looks like we have a plan to overcome them. So thank you for all of that. And with that being said, is there a motion from a commissioner?
So moved.
Commissioner.
Second.
Oh, sorry.
We had a motion, I believe, from Commissioner Hughes, and then Commissioner Hanson had her hand up, so she seconded it. So I'm going to go ahead and with that, I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybaugh. So this item passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, can we get a resolution number, please?
Yes, Chair Roybal, it is Resolution 2021-010.
All right, we're in the double digits for 2021. Okay, so we're going to move on to presentations. Item number 5, and 5A is a presentation on the Water Policy Advisory Committee. And from the Public Works Department, we have Mr. John Dupuy. Mr. Dupuy, are you there?
Thank you.
Okay.
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. The Utilities Division was requested to provide a presentation to answer questions related to the role, membership, and functioning of the Water Policy Advisory Committee. And as a background, before answering these questions, I'll provide a brief summary of resolutions related to the Water Policy Advisory Committee, which is commonly referred to as the WPAC. So Resolution 2013-42 established the WPAC to provide factual information to the BCC regarding water, wastewater, and water management. It included some specific tasks related to aquifer storage and a regional water authority. In 2019, Resolution 2018-67 was passed to address challenges in appointing a full committee. But then in Resolution 2019-95, it repealed and replaced both the prior resolutions, and it is currently applicable today. It updated them to broaden the membership requirements and remove references to specific tasks that were no longer relevant in 2019. So the first question requested as part of the presentation is, what is the role of the WPAC? And the role of the WPAC from Resolution 2019-95 states that the purpose of the WPAC is to ascertain and provide financial or factual information and recommendations to the board regarding utility service, domestic water supply, wastewater management, irrigation, drought management, flood prevention and control, and water reuse in the county and the region. It further states that they have the following duties. So make recommendations on water issues to the board, assist the county in addressing proposed aquifer storage and recharge activities, explore the concept of an independent regional water authority, and make recommendations on drought management. It also includes recommending updates to the county's ordinances, policies, and plans related to water issues. And last, provide such other assistance as directed by the board. So that's regarding the role of the WPAC. The next question was, who are the members of the WPAC? And the WPAC membership requirements are detailed in 2019-95 as well, which states that they should be selected to ensure a wide range of expertise and experience. And it specifically includes the following areas: a member of a water system, domestic water consumers association, a water co-op, rural water system, or water district. Currently, we do not have any member which is from that area. The next is a member of an agricultural organization. And currently, Shan Stringer is providing expertise from within that area. The next is a member of a SECI association, the Estancia planning area, the Galisteo planning area, and all of those do not have current membership. As far as a member from the central planning area, that is currently Emily Wolf. And in the northern planning area, that is Mary Helen Foldingstad. A member from the Buckman Direct Diversion Board, which is open, and any remaining members shall be chosen by the commissioners. And currently, Brian Romero is appointed from District 1, Ken Kirk is appointed from District 2, and Steve Rudnick is appointed from District 5. So that answers who are the members of the WPAC. The next question was, how does the WPAC interact with and act as a resource for the board? So again, in Resolution 2019-95, it requires the WPAC present an annual work plan and meeting calendar to the board in January, which includes a schedule for the submittal of reports and deliverables. This plan can be amended by the board at its own initiative or in response to a request from the WPAC. And the WPAC is expected to present a report of its activities and recommendations to the board each year. It also specifies the county manager shall appoint an employee of the Public Works Department to serve as a liaison. And at the request of the WPAC, that liaison may prepare agendas, provide info, and assist with research. This clarification was in response to the WPAC members requesting clarity on the role of the liaison. So currently, no staff member is officially appointed. I act in that capacity, as well as Anjali Bean currently today. That is in response to answering the question, how does the WPAC interact with and act as a resource for the board? With that, I will stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dupuy. Are there any questions from the board? I'll look for a show of hands. Commissioner Hamilton, and then I'll go to Commissioner Hanson.
I don't have a question. I more have, maybe I have a question for other board members. But I have a lot of association with the WPAC. I actually served on it for 2 years prior to becoming a commissioner. And so I've been associated with or knowledgeable of or to some extent of what the WPAC did for years now. When I served on the WPAC, I found it seemed to me that the support it gave to the board was both useful and appreciated. Right, there was good communication. The PAC had a strong chairman who really and almost full membership. So there was a lot of work to do. There was a lot of people to do, there were a lot of people to do it. And the chairman marshaled those people well and communicated well with the board. So there were a number of kinds of questions that came up that, you know, the board over time needed input on. You know, aquifer storage was one of them. Various aspects of water-related issues that were incorporated into the SLDC, as well as some questions that were related to AMIT in terms of like things like, you know, elections and limits that were placed on that. So they provided good technical input to the board. But at the time that I got off the board, the chairman left, a bunch of other people moved out of state, a bunch of other people left. We had 3 new board members all come on at once. And there was like a hiatus of work that the board, you know, was communicating with WPAC to provide. So there's that general sense that there was a period of time when things, quote unquote, fell apart and there wasn't a lot of direction provided to the WPAC, and there wasn't a lot of communication. So I assume this is kind of an attempt to get things, to get more appointments to the board, but to the PAC, and an opportunity for the board to evaluate whether on an ongoing basis the WPAC still has a viable function in bringing information to the board when the board asks for it in terms, you know, technical information. I've been attending WPAC meetings, so I don't attend all of them. It's just, but they've been working on recommendations for drought management with respect to drought management issues. And frankly, I think that work is developing, you know, very useful information, because ultimately, you know, if the BCC is going to, you know, make some decisions about some modification to drought regulations, well, there's a lot of technical information that would be very useful. And so in a way, to me, it seems like a supplement to the utility department, where we also have a lot of expertise, but this is volunteer expertise that's provided. So I guess I wanted to give that background and see what other commissioners think about the value of WPAC continuing. And also to mention one other thing, which is the value of what WPAC produces is partly driven by having a chair who has a good vision, and partly driven by, you know, some inputs they get from the utility, but obviously also by inputs they get from us. And I have wondered over, you know, the past several years that it's one of those committees that doesn't actually have official BCC participation. So that's another issue that you guys might consider, whether assigning one or two, obviously on a voluntary basis, at least one commissioner to that board might improve that aspect of communication. So thank you, Mr. Chair. That's my comments for the moment.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. And I would think it'd be great for you to be on that board. With your volunteering.
I am volunteering, but you know, we also at this point, we also have Commissioner Hughes, who I know is interested. He's come to some meetings and has expertise to provide. So there should be a conversation about that. The very fact that we could have choices is fabulous. And you know, you have said yourself, the more people that participate and we interact on these things, the more value we get out of the committees we participate in. So I am totally wide open to, I have not licked any pieces of cake. So I am totally. if it were ice cream, that would be different. But that, I'm totally open to what we do in that regard.
Okay. I think that's a great idea. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Commissioner Hanson, and then I'll go to Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's sad to me to see that there's so many vacancies on this board. And I'm sure it's not for a lack of trying to get members. I'm sure that staff has reached out and tried to find members from different areas. So I'm wondering if we need to create a different way of reaching out to find people, because even though I think it's great for a commissioner to sit on this board, there are still a number of empty vacancies on this board. And water is such a big issue for northern New Mexico that I would think there would be more people who would be interested in sitting on this board and helping us work on drought management and regional cooperation and coordination, backup water supply, and the 40 and 80-year plan that the city has worked on and that we could all work on together. So I would like to see us try to reach out again. I know that it's challenging during this time of COVID to find people, but maybe there might be some renewed interest, and maybe commissioners can also reach out in their communities and find people to sit on this board. I think it's an important board. I think it's a way for us to work with the city, and I think that is a good process. So that's really all I wanted to say, is that I would just like to see this board grow and be more active once again.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. And did you, John, did you go through which districts actually didn't have representation at this point?
Mr. Chair, yes, I did, and I can restate that if you'd like.
Sure. If you could tell us which districts, that'd be great.
Currently, Brian Romero is appointed from District 1, Ken Kirk in District 2, and Steve Rudnick from District 5.
So then we need a representative for 3 and 4. Is that what I heard?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Hamilton, I saw your hand go up.
I was going to say, I got Shan Stringer on the board. I got Emily Wolf on the board, and I still don't have somebody who technically represents District 4. But I know a lot of people, obviously, in this field, and have been working on it. And so that definitely needs to be worked on. And I wanted to or agree with Commissioner Hanson's statement. My thought about a commissioner on is not to replace this participation. I think it's critical that we reach out and rejuvenate this board. So that comment was right on the mark. I think it has to do with sort of the facilitation of communication and back and forth to the board that it would be the benefit of the commissioner.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. And I know that there was a gentleman that lives, I think, in one of the other commissioners' districts, and he was asking about a board appointment. So I'll have to get his information and maybe send it out to whichever commissioners is actually his commissioner. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree with Commissioners Hamilton and Hanson. I think this is such an important issue, water, right now. And I know, even though I'm new, I know that several water issues have been brought before us, for us to consider. And I think having some expert advice from the community would probably be very helpful, when we're trying to decide some of these things. So I think if we could revitalize this committee, it would be very useful. I'm not sure whether adding commissioners or not is a good idea. I think I'm too new, but it doesn't sound like a bad idea to me to have commissioners serve on this committee if that does increase the communication between the committee and the board. I guess what I was wondering is whether it would be helpful for us to, as the commission, to perhaps, with the advice of the water people on our, with Mr. Dupuy, kind of set out what questions are burning for us and what do we need answered, what do we need their advice on. It sounded to me like maybe they were supposed to make up their own work plan, but maybe, really the work plan should come from us, or at least, part of it come from us. So I guess that's a question for Mr. Dupuy too, whether there are some questions that maybe we could put on their agenda that we need advice on. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Hamilton?
I'm sure Mr. Dupuy has something to bring to that question. I think that part of the problem is what happened as things previously when Charlie Nylander was chair of the WPAC. He was very adept at working with the commissioners who and the utility staff who had knowledge of what was going on. So AMIT was going on and development of the SLDC. And so he was able to talk to them and document and, kind of work out a work plan from that. So he didn't generate it out of his own head, sort of random issues to talk about, but he had somehow had this, a relationship with a professional relationship going that let him keep the process going, get what he saw from the commissioners and the staff, and then present it to the commission. And when he left, that is one of the things that fell apart. It's like, well, who initiates this? Charlie used to always just bring us the work plans and what is it? But it was the behind the scenes stuff. And so I think you're right. I think formally we have to kind of reinstitute that plan where we talk about what kinds of information is needed, that we see as needed, and interact with John Dupuy and utilities people who have knowledge of what's going on that would be useful. Technically, it is supposed to support what we see as future policy needs. So, there are things that we should have on our plate that we should be able to ask them. So I think you're correct. We need to reinstate.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Any other comments from commissioners?
Mr. Chair, Rudy.
Go ahead, Commissioner Garcia.
I agree with all my colleagues as into what do we do? How do we get volunteers, and where are we at? And I think one of the things, Brian Romero, thank you for what you do, trying to get this going. The 2013 resolution, the 2019 that got amended, and one of the things is, I've good guy from many people from La Cienega that work the acequia, and they dig the ditches and they make the water flow. Carl Dickens, as a matter of fact, has been on me because we had this condition that's been on several plots many, many years ago, which is a water issue, water challenge. And so some of the things I think as a utility department, where do we need to go? Because right now, let's create another board. Let's do another board. Let's do this other board. And where as our utility department need to go? Do you want to build more infrastructure? Or do you want to help out the water drought? We want to do it all, but where are we at with the utility department? So one of the questions I have for you, John, is actually as an engineer and expert, what is your opinion as to where does the county need to go? Yes, we have 3 different drought, utilities, infrastructure. Where are we at? Because right now we have another board. We cannot fill it because people are busy in my community. And so where are we at? I don't want to create another board. And, the annual plan that we've had for the county hasn't been updated for many, many years. So what is our actual plan as commissioners and our utility that hasn't been updated. Where we're at with that, first of all, and then let's create boards that help that out. I don't know. And then with another thing is that the terms on the board. So can you have a term on this board for forever and ever? So it's just, I think it's something that our utility department, you have a hard job, John. Our utility department is into where do we need to go with all this stuff? And because yes, I understand drought infrastructure, everything else, but you can't just create another board and put more people on it because what's our goal? Not our plan, what's our goal? Let's see what else we got here. Hansen about Hansen did something right. And so that's just, I'm just wondering, like, I understand, I guess the why we're bringing this forward as into what does the board need to do? Where are we at? But as a governing body and as into our utility department, what are our top 5 priorities or 7? Because we have all these things going on here, and yes, water is very important. We understand that, but as the utility, what are our top 5? And then maybe we can go start there. Right now, another board, and there's not too many volunteers out there, and us elected officials have a lot of things going on in our head, as you do, John, as into water, drought, where are we at? So I just wanted to bring that forward as into, we have all these things going on, but what are our top 5 priorities in the utility department? So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. So was there any other questions from the board? Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Dupuy. We appreciate your presentation, sir. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on to item number 6, and this is public comment. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address the board? Tessa Jo, can you unmute everybody?
I would, please.
Okay, can you state your name for the record, sir?
Yes, my name is Jay Coughlin. I'm with Nuclear Watch of New Mexico. And I'm using, first of all, thank you, commissioners, for this opportunity to be able to submit some public comment. I should first ask, how long do I have?
For public comment, I'll have to figure out how many people want to talk. So if there's only one, then it'll be 5 minutes. If there's more, then I would cut it down accordingly.
Okay. I think I can do less than 5 minutes. So I'm here.
Sir, let me just gather all the people that want to address the commission, and then we'll call on you individually. So we have you down, sir. Thank you. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to address the commission? We have Mr. Scott Kovac.
Yes, Chairman, I would like to make some comments, please.
Thank you. Scott, is there anybody else? You can state your name for the record if there is anybody else. Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close matters from public concern comments. So then we have 2 speakers. Tessa, if we can go ahead and call on those 2 speakers. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, my internet faded out a little bit. So will the first speaker please come forward?
Yes, I'm Jay Coughlin. That's Coghlan. I'm with Nuclear Watch New Mexico. And I can go ahead and make my comments if that's appropriate now. Okay, I see the clock running, yes. So I'm here to speak in support of the resolution that you all will be considering on calling for a new site-wide environmental impact statement for the Los Alamos lab. And I personally have a fair amount of experience with these site-wide EISs. And I want to make the strong point that these site-wide EISs are good for both the public and the lab. And my primary example for that would be back in 1999, the Department of Energy issued a draft site-wide EIS for Los Alamos. And I noticed that it failed to consider the risks of wildfire in the draft. And I submitted extensive comments, and I appended the comments of a U.S. Forest Service person who at the time was pointing out that a potential catastrophe was awaiting. So the good news is that in the final site-wide, DOE recognized, agreed that wildfire had to be addressed, the risk of it. It wrote up a detailed wildfire scenario in the final site-wide EIS. And even more importantly, it actually undertook a lot of very important fire mitigation measures. So wouldn't you know it, it's like a half year later, the real thing broke out in the 2000 Cerro Grande fire. And as an article in the New Mexican put it, that real fire, it was eerie, quote, eerie, how closely it followed the hypothetical scenario in the final site-wide. Coming out of Bandelier, burning through town, burning through the lab, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the Cerro Grande fire stopped within a half mile of Area G, which at the time was storing above ground some 40,000 barrels of plutonium contaminated waste. And had those barrels either caught on fire or been ruptured by the heat, it could have been truly catastrophic. And even the lab itself, shortly after that fire, publicly recognized the value that public comment made in preventing a potentially serious hazard at Los Alamos. Now, to bring it to today, the last time there was a site-wide EIS was in 2008. There's been yet another major wildfire since then. Media reports on perhaps up to $10 billion worth of construction in new facilities. And most importantly, with respect to public health and occupational health and safety, the Defense Nuclear Facility Safety Board has actually postulated possible lethal doses coming from radioactive waste that have incompatible mixtures in it. And these doses are far higher, orders of a magnitude higher than anything that DOE has publicly calculated. So I can close a little bit early, but just urging you all to support through this resolution a new site-wide environmental impact statement for Los Alamos Lab. I'll repeat that it's good for both the public and the lab. I don't think this should be viewed as somehow being against the laboratory. It's simply following federal law under the National Environmental Policy Act, allowing the public the opportunity to comment and review proposed major actions and the continuing operation of a multi-mission facility. So again, thank you for this opportunity to comment. Again, a site-wide is good for both the public and the lab.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Coughlin. Appreciate it. Tessa Jo, can we get our next speaker?
Yes, Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Scott Kovac.
Thank you, Chair Roybal and members of the commission. My name is Scott Kovac with Nuclear Watch New Mexico. I'm asking for your support on the Atlanta resolution that's coming up here and a couple more items in front of the commission today for two reasons in particular. One is there are plans for expanded pit production at Los Alamos National Laboratory. Pits are the triggers or central core, primary cores of nuclear weapons. And it has been stated by DOE and NSA that expanded pit production will be a priority, and this means that it will take resources from cleanup. So we need to, investigate that and see exactly the impacts of this proposed expanded pit production on cleanup before we start expanded pit production. They're proposing up to 30 pits per year. LANL has not made a war reserve pit since around 2011 or 2012, and the most war reserve pits they've made is 11 in 1 year. So, now they're claiming that they'll be able to do 30 a year. I find this very scary and, problematic is more, maybe a better word. When you look at the budgets, cleanup at Los Alamos, has been getting around $225 million a year for cleanup. But, for fiscal year 2021, Lanol's has requested almost $3 billion for nuclear weapons work. Clearly more than 10 times the amount for weapons work. We need to focus on cleanup. We have a Cold War mortgage that we haven't paid yet, and we need to clean up that side. In addition to the expanded pit production, there's also a new proposed program called surplus plutonium disposition out there. That's just starting its process, public process. And this surplus plutonium disposition the plan is to dispose of 34 metric tons plus of surplus plutonium. And LANL will play a big role in this effort, but we don't know, we don't know the impacts of that. And there could be a lot of plutonium shipments to the laboratory. The laboratory could be, opening up, pits. The laboratory, we just don't know what's happening. So because of that, we need to focus in on. We need to get us a good base, and we need to focus in on cleanup at Los Alamos and for the long-term picture. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Kovac. Nice to see you, sir. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and we're leaving public comment. I want to say thank you to both the constituents that spoke this evening in regards to the resolution that we're considering later on tonight.
Would it be
Next, I'm
possible to add one more?
I'm sorry, we already closed public comment, but can you identify?
I'm sorry, I joined very late and I just heard the tail end of the last person's comment, and I do have a very short comment.
Okay, so can you state your name for the record?
Yes, I'm Teresa Seamster. I'm the Northern New Mexico Conservation Chair for the Rio Grande chapter of Sierra Club. And we strongly support the county and the resolution on the new site-wide EIS proposed by Commissioners Hansen and Hamilton. And just very briefly, I think this is so much more than just a Santa Fe issue. The region that's going to be influenced by pit production needs to take into account that instead of 400 new workers being analyzed in terms of their impact, it's actually going to be more like 7,000 new households that would be coming into northern New Mexico. This could affect all the northern New Mexico counties in terms of impact. I think anyone who's been up to Los Alamos knows that housing is just unavailable. There is really no available housing to expand to. And so people will be commuting. These new employees over the next 10 years would be absorbed by Rio Arriba, Sandoval, Santa Fe, even up to Taos. And it could have a huge impact on infrastructure, on first responders, on the ability to fight wildfires and evacuate people safely. We've already had many incidents of how long it takes people to come off the hill when there's a big fire up there. And just to leave you with one real concern that our members have, and this is a 2016 Defense Nuclear Facility Safety Board report that showed Los Alamos had violated nuclear industry rules for guarding against criticality accidents 3 times more in 2015 than the Energy Department's 23 other nuclear installations combined. Now, that is a lot of accidents, mismanagement, and safety issues, and these have continued right into 2020. So there's an assumption that this supplemental analysis has somehow shown that the problems have been corrected, and that is simply not the case. And it's mandatory, I think, that a site-wide EIS be completed. And thank you very much for taking my very late comment. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on from item number 6, which was public comments, and go on to matters from the county manager. 7A is miscellaneous and COVID-19 updates. Manager Miller.
Thank you. Commissioners, Daniel, I don't know if you could bring up that report. This was something, I'm sure several of you saw it in the newspaper today, but we completed our report for the CARES Act funding, and I wanted to make sure that the board got an opportunity to see some of the businesses and things. This is a fairly big file, I think, that we were able to assist. So as you know, we received almost $3.8 million in funding for grants for the small business community, and an additional $10.5 million for emergency funding for COVID-related expenses. And if you go down, Daniel, to the box, this is where we were able to push that money out into the community. 168 businesses received the grants for the small business continuity grants. Then our Connect program was able to provide $923,000 to almost 600 individuals with housing support, almost $300,000 for 254 individuals with food assistance, $239,000 for utility support, $187,000 for childcare assistance, $42,000 for transportation assistance, $16,000, almost $17,000 personal safety, and $89,000 for other needs such as remote education supplies and navigation assistance. Then we also had $147,000 for 18,000 grocery bags for rural areas of the county, and 2,626 grocery bags delivered to people identified as homebound. And I don't know if you can go to the next page. Also, we had another $157,500 for supporting homeless individuals in local shelters and hotels with freshly prepared meals. Also, we were able to assist Pathway Shelter in Espanola to purchase a small motel to serve as the first shelter for the homeless in northern Santa Fe County and Espanola. Emergency rental and mortgage assistance. And also broadband. We were able to do $1.3 million in broadband expansion in the city of Espanola to Santa Cruz and Chimayo. So this report goes into a lot more detail, but Daniel, I don't know if you could go down just to a chart that is a little further down, right there. It just kind of gives you an idea of what we were able to do with Connect and the percentages. Obviously, the largest percentage of assistance through Connect went to housing and rental assistance, and then hotel, childcare, and utilities and food, all coming in the double digits. So I just wanted to, this report is loaded it up into the board docs if you'd like to see it. Also, we sent out a press release with that information in it yesterday that I believe all of the commissioners received, but I just wanted you to see that county staff in a very, very short time, a 4-month period, was successful at pushing out the majority of those funds out into the community to help in a myriad of ways. We look forward to hopefully receiving some additional assistance. I believe Joseph indicated earlier we won't receive any assistance directly due to our size. We are under 200,000 population, and direct assistance is going to those local entities that had 200,000 or more individuals. So we will hopefully receive some funding in our community through the state allocation, similar to what they did this with this last round of funding. Also, another update, Commissioner Hansen had brought forward the information on stages funding to help the performing arts. Just so you know, at the moment that money has not been distributed to the state or federal, from the federal government to the state or local level, and we're not sure who will be responsible for that distribution, but we're going to definitely keep our eyes open, and as soon as we know that there's an application or application process in place for the performing arts assistance, we'll get that information out. And if there's any way that we can help with it or be a conduit for that funding, we will stay on top of that and hope to assist with that as well. I think, oh, this is not a COVID update, but just a miscellaneous update. And thank you, Daniel. I'm finished with that item. But just a reminder that the cost of living increase that goes in effect every March for City of Santa Fe and Santa Fe County will go into effect. It's based on CPI, and there's been an increase of 1.797 or about 1.8 in the CPIU for the Western wage earners. So that would translate for the county's minimum wage, or City of Santa Fe and county's minimum wage, to go from $12.10 per hour to $12.32 per hour. And then I've got to look at our tipped wage, because but it would also go up the same percentage. But our tipped wage is slightly different than the city's tipped wage. Also, I wanted to make sure, and I did have the opportunity during the housing meeting to introduce Elias Bernardino, but I wondered if Elias is on, if he could turn on his camera so that everybody who hasn't had the opportunity to meet him have a chance to meet him. Elias just started as the Deputy County Manager, so I want to welcome him to Santa Fe County and to the County Manager's Office and to our BCC meeting. So welcome, Elias, and maybe you could just say hi so all of those who have not had an opportunity to see your face or meet you can do so.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board and everyone else in the community. Thank you. I am very excited to be on board and excited to be on some of these projects to improve the services we provide to our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Elias, and welcome. And I think that was my last miscellaneous update, and yeah, those are all of my updates. But I did also want to turn it over now for, oh, I should ask if you have any questions about the COVID updates or those updates before I turn it over to Tessa Jo and Hutchie for the legislative update.
Okay, Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Catherine, very much for the update. One of the emails that I get the most about, or the number of emails, and I'm sure the other commissioners do also, is about the vaccine and the timing and the information and when. I mean, Sarah has been doing a great job of fielding those emails, but do you have any information or update that we could share that would reassure our constituents?
So I think, you know, part of the misperception is that counties have any control over the vaccinations. We don't even receive any actual vaccinations ourselves, and or administer them. The you know, so we're responsible, and they are measuring positivity rates by county and taking us from red to green by county. But we don't have, Santa Fe County does not have, nor do we determine who gets vaccinated, other than our own employees based upon the tiers that were provided by CDC guidelines and the Department of Health. For instance, tier 1A being healthcare providers, first responders, that are in a healthcare or health services or medical environment, and then 1B going into some of our other frontline employees. The 1B category, though, just so you know, also has numerous subcategories, and the Department of Health is taking and directing their partners that have vaccines to go through that list in order of the list on the 1B category. So while there might be numerous people who fit into 1B, they're still taking them in order of priority within that category or subcategory. So right now the focus is still on all of the 1A individuals, as well as 1B that are individuals who are 75 years and older, and those with underlying health conditions. There aren't enough vaccines in the community to vaccinate all of the people who are eligible, even in those categories. Just to give you an idea, for instance, Christus St. Vincent's, our largest provider, only receives about 1,000 doses per week. And just within their own number of individuals who fall into the 75 and older, they have close to 4,000 people who live in the community that fall into that. So just that alone would take several weeks to address. So the big issue is getting more vaccines into the community. Additionally, the Department of Health has there's about 400 entities across the state who are eligible to receive the vaccines and administer them, pharmacies, providers, hospitals, but only about 200 of those are actually partnering with the Department of Health. The Department of Health has individuals registering through their online system, and then they're providing appointments based upon, for instance, a pharmacy that receives an order of vaccines. They'll give the Department of Health a schedule and say, we'll be providing vaccines between 8 and 5, Monday through Friday, possibly. They they'll let them know how many vaccines they'll be receiving, or that they've received, and then the Department of Health contacts people through their database and puts them into one of the appointments. Santa Fe County is working with the Department of Health and local providers to try to figure out how we can get more vaccines to this area, get more vaccines delivered, and get more vaccines out into the arms of everybody who wants one. But right now we're still limited by the amount of vaccines that are being received in the area. I can say that what is being received, though, is getting into people's arms. It's not going to waste. It's not sitting on shelves. And they have pretty effective processes for getting people vaccinated. They just don't have enough vaccinations. And I don't know if Martin or Rachel are on the line and want to add to that. Rachel, you might have some additional information.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I think that the county manager has summarized most of the issues that we're seeing related to vaccine distribution. There is a working group that includes the major players that our Assistant Fire Chief Martin Vigil serves on, and that's taking place tomorrow. I think that, like most of the areas across the country, we are welcoming an increase in supply that I expect to come down from the Biden administration, and that hopefully will open up more slots for people to get vaccinated in Santa Fe County. I agree also with the county manager that I think we've been relatively productive in terms of our vaccination distribution here. In large part because agencies such as Christus and La Familia have really been giving a fair amount of vaccines. And so I just wanted to bring that up as well, or if there's any direct questions you have, I will try and answer them.
Thank you, Manager Miller and Director O'Connor. Do you have any questions relative to that? I'm assuming that I don't know, the veterans are doing something separate or different from the rest of from the state, or if we have any information relative to that. But it would be good as we get information if we can share it with our constituents. Commissioner Hanson, did that answer your question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Manager Miller and Rachel O'Connor. I'm just, being able for people to hear that and hear what is happening, I think is really beneficial and helpful, and give staff some support at the county to say to people, this is what we're doing. And I think we are doing a good job. So we're doing our part. We're not distributing the vaccines. That's not our department at the moment, but constituents still reach out to us.
I should add one more thing, Mr. Chairman, if I could, and that is we are working on public awareness around the vaccination. And so getting the information out to, for example, our most vulnerable populations, our seniors, partnering with the state to do that, and to get basic information and education out to our residents. We are starting that process now. We have a committee meeting this week, and we'll have our first material shortly.
Okay, thank you, Ms. O'Connor, or Director O'Connor. Any other questions or concerns, comments from the board? Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. So we're going to go on next to our item number 7B, which is the first session of the 55th Legislature potential action to express support for opposition to legislation that has been or may be introduced. And this is going to be Mr. Hachi Miller and also Tessa de Mascareñas. Manager Miller?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Hachi, are you going first?
Good afternoon. Yes, I am. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Hutchie Miller, Santa Fe County Manager's Office. And Daniel is bringing up the report, I believe, that I had, emailed out earlier today. And so on the first page, just some basic information about where we are in the session right now. And this is the second week, and we still have quite a ways for the introduction of bills. The deadline for that is on the 18th of February. And the next item there is the legislation statistics on the second half of the page. And we have 332 bills altogether introduced, and 184 in the House, 148 in the Senate. And so far, they have passed the feed bill, which is the bill that pays for all the legislative staff during the session. So that has been gone through and passed so far. Right now, it's still going pretty slow. Last week, they had the opening day, and for the remainder of the week, they were not in any floor sessions. The committees that did meet, they were just for organizational matters. That is defining who the members are in the committee, who the committee chair is, and introducing the staff of the different committees as well. And so it wasn't until this week that bills are finally starting to be heard within committees. And floor sessions will be opening up again this week in the House and Senate. So going to the next page, page number 2, what I have here is 2 different lists of listing of bills. In the first section, starting on page number 2 and going to page number 4, are the bills that are related to the resolutions that the county commission has already passed. And in the next section is other legislation which aren't directly tied to resolutions, but they are related to county matters in various ways. And we can go over the resolution bills, starting on page number 2, House Bill 51, Environmental Database Act, and that's related to resolution 2021-005. House Bill 65 is related to resolution 008. House Bill 89 is related to 005. House Bill 106 is related to 005. House Bill 111 is related to 007. And House Bill 137, there was an error there in the reporting software that we use, and it didn't have the information for that, but it has been introduced, and the information is there on the state's legislative website. And that bill in particular is called the Clean Electrification Act. And what that does is sets up regulations to reduce carbon dioxide for municipal utilities and electric cooperatives. So that's related to our resolution 2021-005. And I'll update that with the information and provide that to you later, since that didn't show up in the report. The next item is House Bill 169, Clean Energy, Water Efficiency, and Broadband Infrastructure, and that's related to Resolution 005. House Bill 170, New Mexico Fruits and Vegetables for Child Care Centers, is related to 008. House Bill 173, Eliminate Property Assessment on Residential Solar, is related to 005. House Bill 176, renewable energy standards and rate increases is related to 005. Senate Bill 8 eliminates no stricter than Fed's rule for air hazardous waste is related to 005. Senate Bill 11 is related to 005. Senate Bill 27 is related to Resolution 007. Senate Bill 28 is related to 007. Senate Bill 29 is related to 005. Senate Bill 55 is related to 008. Senate Bill 58 is related to 005. Senate Bill 63 is related to 005. Senate Bill 67 is related to 005. Senate Bill 81 related to 008. Senate Bill 83 related to 005. And then on the last page of the resolution related bills, page number 4, Senate Bill 84 is related to 005. Senate Bill 86 related to 005. Senate Bill 112 is related to 005. Senate Bill 113 is related to 005. Senate Bill 130 to 005. Senate Bill 132, 005. And lastly, Senate Joint Resolution 3 is related to 005. So looking at the list there, you can see that most of the introduced legislation, which the county has resolutions supporting, is largely related to the sustainability resolution, which was passed. And currently, there are no public bank bills, and there is also not a recreational cannabis bill introduced. So I believe those will be shortcoming, but as for now, there's nothing yet on introduced related to those particular items. The next section is it's titled Santa Fe County Related, and that starts on page number 5. And I can go over a few of the bills here, but this is more or less for the information purposes of the commission to look at other bills that are related to local government type issues. And if there's anything else within there that needs further direction on, please let us know. But within here, on the first page is House Bill 4, and that's going to be spoken about in the next agenda item. And further down the page is H Bill 49, the tax exemption for Social Security, and that was spoken about by Commissioner Hanson at the last meeting. That she was wanting more information on that. And let's see. There was also a question received this week on page number 7, House Bill 97, and that is giving some authorization to localities to limit tobacco sales. So if that is passed and comes into law, that would affect the county and how they can regulate tobacco sales. So that's House Bill 97 again. Let's see what else. On page number 9, approximately halfway down the page is Senate Bill 1. And this talks about providing a rebate, income rebate for food and beverage establishments. And then within the description, it talks about sets up a safe, harmless distribution for municipalities and counties to cover their revenue reductions due to the new deduction. So that type of bill would impact us, but it would be set back in a safe, harmless distribution manner to offset any tax or revenue streams that the county would get. So that might be a potential item that we need to look at further to address. On page number 10, Senate Bill 78 at the bottom of the page is another Social Security income exemption. And on the last page, page 11, Senate Bill 93 talks about broadband access, and that was a matter that was brought before us at the last meeting as well, regarding looking at what other items the legislature was taking up besides funding to expand broadband within the state. And also on this page is Senate Bill 95. That is the Senate mirror of the other tobacco bill regarding localities restrictions regarding sales of tobacco products. And with that, I can answer any questions that you have regarding the items here or any other items that you would like to get any more information about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Do we have any questions from the board? I'm going to look for a show of hands, but let me expand my screen first. Okay, so I'm looking for a show of hands. Any other questions? Commissioner Hanson, then I'll go to Commissioner Hughes. Put my glasses on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there is Senate Bill 103, which I think coincides with the protection of pollinators. It is restrict the use of neonicotinoid pesticides. So I'm hoping that we would support that. And then I also had asked about, and I appreciate you getting me a copy of the bill introduced by Senator Bobby Gonzalez on relating to wildlife, enacting the Wildlife Conservation and Public Safety, providing for restrictions on the use of traps, snares, and poison, providing penalties. I do not believe that it conflicts with the previous resolution that we have brought forward, and that has been approved by the county commission. But that would have to be analyzed by somebody. So I would also, and that is Senate Bill 32. Then I had a question on Senate Bill 8. Let's see. So eliminates no stricter than Fed rule for air hazardous waste, meaning that we can't, that we would not be able to write a rule that is stricter than what the feds had written.
Commissioner Hamilton, do you have a question? Or
I think this is the opposite of that. There's already a rule on the books that put caps at
it would eliminate. Okay, I got that. I just want to make. Thank you. I appreciate that. And at the moment, that's all I have. So thank you. Thank you, Tessa Joe and Hachi, for all your work. I appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hanson, I'll make sure and get back to you on the specific items: Senate Bill 103, Senate Bill 32, and Senate Bill 8.
Yeah, I think Senate Bill 103 will match resolution 008. Is that right? The last where we included the protection of pollinators in there.
Yes, that is the resolution relating to the pollinators.
Yes.
Okay, I'll make sure and get clarification for you.
Okay, thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. And did that conclude your update right now?
Mr. Chair, I believe Commissioner Hughes has a question.
Okay. And did you have a part of the update as well, Tessa, or was that pretty much all of it? You do? Okay. So I'm going to go to Commissioner Hughes.
Yes, it's a really quick update on the capital outlay.
Okay. So Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know if we're following this yet, but I think Representative Matthew McQueen is going to introduce a bill. I haven't seen it yet, to remove or make a different cap on the amount of increase allowed for second homes in property tax. In other words, basically keeping the 3% cap for anybody's primary residence, but allowing other homes to be taxed at a increasingly higher rate. And that relates to housing in that could possibly create a source of funding for our housing trust fund. And I just think maybe we should just keep an eye on that. I wasn't aware of that back when I wrote the housing resolution, but it might have potentially a good impact on our trust fund.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes. Yes, we have received word from staff about this potential bill coming forward, and we had also been tracking that and following it in last year's session, and it was Representative McQueen who brought forth similar legislation. So we are aware, and we'll keep our eye out for it, and we'll let you know if there's but I believe it will be covered within the existing housing resolution that you have already put forth. But if there's any issues, we'll make sure and let you know.
Okay, thank you. Just sure we're aware of that one.
You are welcome.
Okay.
All right.
Any other questions from commissioners? Okay, so you're up, Tessa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to give an update regarding our capital outlay requests. We are in the process of assembling a legislative basket in lieu of the legislative reception that we typically throw in December, and we couldn't due to the pandemic. We're assembling a few Santa Fe County products to provide to our legislators along with a letter. And something new this year that's very exciting is Daniel Fresquez, Sarah Smith, and Chris Feisa created an ICIP story map, which allows the legislators to see what projects are in their district and all of the details associated with that. So we will be sending that hopefully by the end of this week. Also, if you have any requests for specific bills in the interim between board meetings, please don't hesitate to shoot to Hetchy or I an email. We're glad to analyze those bills for you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Tessa? I'm looking for a show of hands. Okay, unless I missed the hands while my pictures were populating, then it looks like we don't have any questions. So thank you, Tessa. Appreciate it. And it looks like then that will conclude our update on the legislative session. So our next item is item number 7C. And this is update and request for direction on legislation proposed by and divided New Mexico Civil Rights Commission and introduced as Bill 4 in the first session of the 55th legislature of the state of New Mexico. And who will be bringing this one forward, Manager Miller?
Mr. Chair, Greg's going to introduce that discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and commissioners. As you know from a prior briefing provided by the manager and myself to the board, the New Mexico Civil Rights Commission was created by legislation that passed during the first special session of 2020. That commission was created to develop policy proposals for laws for the creation of a civil right of action for New Mexico constitutional violations. Generally, as we understand it, the impetus for the commission was, certain high-profile civil rights violations by law enforcement officers in other states that were very much in the forefront of the public's mind at the time. Ultimately, the commission, by a vote of 5-4, recommended that the legislature create a new state law cause of action for violations of the New Mexico Constitution. The recommendation of the commission majority was largely introduced as House Bill 4 in the first session of the 55th legislature. And at a high level, I'm not going to go through every single detail of the bill, but what the House Bill 4 would do would authorize a claim to be brought against any public body, which is defined broadly as a state or local government, an advisory board, a commission, an agency, or an entity created by the Constitution of New Mexico, or any branch of government that receives public funding, including political subdivisions, special tax districts, school districts, and institutions of higher education, and any person acting on behalf of, under color of, or within the course and scope of the authority of a public body. Again, an action could be brought against a public body for violation of any rights secured by the New Mexico Constitution. The bill does not include any cap on compensatory damages. So, in other words, the jury would have no limit on how large of a compensatory damage could be awarded, other than its own judgment as to what was appropriate. And it would mandate the award of litigation expenses and attorney fees for prevailing plaintiffs. Notably as well, the new cause of action does not would prohibit the defense of qualified immunity to any claim that is brought under it, and it would also require that any judgments that are awarded under the act be paid for by the governing body. So in other words, this does not expose individual public officials to liability. Instead, it's the government that sued, the public body that sued, that would be on the hook for the damages and attorney's fees. So with that by way of background, we wanted to provide the board with an opportunity to decide if it would like to weigh in on this debate relative to the various policy issues that House Bill 4 raises, and if so, get some initial direction as to what positions the board would like to take relative to House Bill 4. If the board opts to weigh in, and if it has positions that it would like staff to take, we would propose to memorialize those in a resolution to be brought back to the board at its next meeting to make sure that we have clearly captured what positions the board would like to take, if any, relative to House Bill 4. So I'm going to go through some of what have been highlighted as concerns with House Bill 4, discuss what might be a middle ground or compromise position that could alleviate some of the major concerns that have been raised relative to the bill, and then also talk briefly about other options that the legislature could potentially be exploring relative to the issue of harm caused by government to individuals with whom it interacts. Before I get there, I would just like to highlight and state the obvious, which is that House Bill 4 embodies multiple policy choices and raises other policy questions. They include, should there be a new cause of action at all? If so, should compensatory damages be capped? If so, should attorney's fees be awarded to prevailing plaintiffs? And also, should the legislature, be focusing its efforts and resources instead in other areas? It's not in for a penny, in for a pound. You can logically and principally hold different positions on each of those issues. So one could support a new cause of action while also supporting caps comparable to those that have existed in law for many years under the Tort Claims Act. You could also support a new cause of action without caps, but with no attorney's fees. And finally, you could support none of it and say the legislature could be focusing elsewhere, or support a new cause of action and say the legislature should still be focusing elsewhere. Again, the point is that there are a lot of different policies that are embedded in this one relatively short bill, and it's certainly within the legislature's purview as well as your purview to take a mix and match approach. Should you decide that that's what's in the best interest, of the county as well as of the state. So, with that by way of background, the major concerns that have been expressed with regard to House Bill 4 include the following. And one point to note before I move on is that the New Mexico County's Board of Directors did vote to oppose House Bill 4, and in your packet material was talking points that were prepared by New Mexico counties. A lot of what is in the memo being presented to the board today is consistent with some of those talking points in terms of things to be considered as you evaluate the proposed legislation. So again, some of the concerns that have been raised relative to House Bill 4 is that it's unnecessary in order for victims of state constitutional violations by law enforcement officers to be compensated for violations of their New Mexico constitutional rights. The reason it's unnecessary is because the New Mexico Tort Claims Act already contains a waiver of sovereign immunity for such claims, and qualified immunity under that statute is not a defense to claims that are brought against law enforcement officers for violations of New Mexico constitutional rights. In addition, I think there, as this board is well aware, there is a concern that many claims that are brought against local governments arise out of the lack of alternatives to prevent and treat behavioral health issues. In particular, that is a large source of claims arising from our adult detention facility. Is the incarceration of individuals who suffer from either mental health and or substance abuse problems, and the lack of alternatives to treat them in a non-penal setting. And so, again, some have suggested that perhaps the legislature should be providing additional resources in that area so as to reduce the incidence of such individuals coming in contact with law enforcement or being incarcerated. Another concern with the bill is that by both opening up the local governments and state to a new cause of action for any constitutional violation, that the uncapped damages and the attorney fee shifting provision will further harden the public liability insurance market. That means that either coverages will not be available, which the New Mexico counties have said will be the case for reinsurance, to the New Mexico County Insurance Authority, or the coverages that are on offer will be more expensive and require the insured party to take on more and more risk. The board no doubt remembers the last renewal that we had for medical malpractice insurance for the adult detention facility, where our premium both, I think, almost doubled in less than 3 years, and the amount of risk that the county took on per claim is now sits at $200,000 per claim. And so that's the evidence relative to the market that is already hard, and the concerns exist that this cause of action will only make things potentially worse in terms of the amount of risk that local governments are being forced to self-insure based upon the new law. In addition, questions have been raised whether the new law will actually be effective at driving reforms, since the net effect will be to potentially divert resources from law enforcement and detention officer recruitment, retention, and training, and other critical services to claims and the compensation of individuals and their attorneys. And others have looked to whether or not there might be other reforms that could be had at the New Mexico Law Enforcement Academy, for example, by providing it additional resources, both for more robust officer training relative to de-escalation, what have you, but also oversight in terms of that entity's backlog of cases alleging law enforcement officer misconduct. And finally, there is a concern that this law, if passed, could have negative unintended consequences as local governments and other public bodies wrestle with the increased liability that they would be forced to shoulder. So you could imagine a governmental entity analyzing its business operations to see if there might be risks that it could offload onto a private entity. For example, privatizing jails or the medical treatment within jails would be one way to move risk off the county's balance sheet and onto a private party. That could be one way in which such a risk might materialize. A senator who was on the commission suggested that you could see local law enforcement entities of very small municipalities or counties potentially deciding that it's just too risky to have law enforcement, and therefore decide not to, and rely upon state police or other entities to provide law enforcement. So again, I think the risk there is that as governmental entities decide how to manage the risk that is materializing, that they may take steps that might not be in the best interest of the public in order to manage the risk that this bill might force them to bear. The final point relative to concerns is sort of the wild card of not knowing what rights under the New Mexico Constitution might be actionable. And there's just an uncertainty as to where might you find liability when you read through the entirety of the state constitution, and how might that give rise to claims and damage claims and the award of attorney's fees. Moving forward, I think that one way to ameliorate the largest concerns that have been raised about the bill, which is the uncapped damages and the attorney's fees, would be to enact a new cause of action as part of the New Mexico Tort Claims Act. Again, the Tort Claims Act, strikes a balance between the need or desire to compensate people that are harmed by government action, and the fact that unlimited liability in all areas in which a government might act would ultimately end up harming the public by reducing resources that are available for essential public services, or causing property taxes to rise to meet uninsured judgments. And so the Tort Claims Act strikes that balance by, capping the amount of damages that plaintiffs can recover for those torts for which sovereign immunity has been waived. And it also does not allow for the award of attorney's fees and litigation expenses, or at least the attorney's fees to a prevailing plaintiff. Making the new cause of action part of the Tort Claims Act would provide a remedy, therefore, for any New Mexico constitutional violations without creating, the risk of astronomical or uncapped damages award and attorney fee awards. And the last point that I would make before turning it over to the county manager for any additional points is, relative to the state resources that could or perhaps should be brought to bear both to root causes of claims against local governments, as well as to help manage some of the increase in risk that local governments would be taking on if House Bill 4 were enacted. And so again, the legislature, could dedicate revenue either to help local governments manage the risk that the legislature would be creating and requiring them to shoulder. That could be to help with increased premiums or to help with uninsured claims that are brought. And in addition, that the legislature could perhaps provide additional resources to help with behavioral health prevention and treatment, to help reduce the interactions between police officers and jails with people suffering from substance abuse and or mental health disorders. And that there might be, a lot of good that could come from focusing additional resources on the New Mexico Law Enforcement Academy, both to assist in their training mission, as well as to assist them in better discharging their oversight function by acting quickly, getting through their backlog of complaints. And if in fact officers are no longer worthy of their certification after their due process is followed, getting to that decision more quickly to prevent officers from being recycled between law enforcement agencies. So I'd be pleased to stand for any questions. I believe that the county manager may also have additional information that she would like to share with the board in terms of this bill, which I think is fair to say is being perceived as one of the more important and significant pieces of legislation vis-a-vis the potential impact to local governments. But again, the board doesn't have to take a position on it. But if the board would like to, we would like to know what that position is, so that we know that we're going forward and implementing whatever policy positions the board ultimately wants to take. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer. Manager Miller?
Mr. Chair, I don't know that I have a lot of additional points to add. I think Greg was very thorough about this. I think the sheriff is also here and may have some input. But I think, the issue with the way that the current legislation is drafted is we're not going to Santa Fe County tomorrow or next year or the next really see the impact of what this type of legislation could potentially do from a financial perspective. It will happen down the road, but it could be severe. And I think it could be severe for particularly for smaller governments. But if you were to just take how much $100 million judgment could do, to what that could do to Santa Fe County, we obviously wouldn't have reserves. And I throw a number out there like that, not to be absurd, but those type of judgments happen, particularly with juries. And if you were to look at that, we would not have the money to pay that. We do not have insurance coverage to pay that. We don't have, we wouldn't have reserves to pay that. And so how we would likely have to pay such a judgment would be to utilize a provision in New Mexico statutes that allows us to do a mill levy against property tax, against property. And as you know, we work really hard to keep our mill levy low. Our mill levy for debt for Santa Fe County is around $2 or $2.12 per thousand, and our residential operating mill is around $6 per thousand. So a large judgment would completely blow that out of the water and have to be paid for by the taxpayers. I think that's why Greg mentions perhaps if there's going to be such a piece of legislation, then a way that large judgments could be funded is something that really should be considered. It shouldn't be put out there without a way to actually pay for that eventuality. So with that, I would just, it's just, I think it's a difficult subject. It's a difficult thing to consider for the board, but I do think there are ways that remedies can be made for individuals who have a violation of their civil rights that aren't as drastic as this House Bill 4 could potentially be for local governments and political subdivisions and public entities. So that's all I have to comment about it.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Okay, I'm going to go to commissioners for questions. Looking for a show of hands. Commissioner Hanson, and then I'll go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that supporting the cap on the amount is probably something that we might consider. I also really feel that, revamping and improving the operations of New Mexico Law Enforcement Academy officers, to me, that seems to be the right place to put the emphasis instead of trying to sue people. Of course, I support, the behavioral health prevention and treatment, because I think that is really important, and that is a huge liability for all of us. It concerns me why I have to say I feel like this bill is not very well thought through when it comes to municipal and county government. It seems that it's looking for something else, and the fact that it wasn't a majority of the Civil Rights Commission to bring this forward, and it wasn't, it wasn't a unanimous vote, that it was split right down the middle, so to speak, says that there were concerns to me. And I am really trying to look at this as a problem with for not only Santa Fe County, but of smaller counties, even Rio Arriba and Mora, And, you know, if something like that happened to them, it would be quite challenging for them to be able to take on that kind of debt. So I'll leave it for there at the moment and let the other commissioners say what they feel.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree completely with Commissioner Hanson, and maybe even more. So first of all, I think it is extremely difficult. It's almost insidious that this bill is presented. It's just titled as the New Mexico Civil Rights Bill. Now, anybody who speaks about this bill is speaking against civil rights, and that's not the case at all. I mean, I think every one of us, but I can certainly speak for myself. Protection of civil rights is hugely important. But no matter what, you have to define what problems you're trying to remedy, and then see if you're actually applying remedies. And I think some of the things that are outlined in our packet are well articulated. Certainly across the country, some of the biggest civil rights issues have been people of color being shot by white male police officers, and then with no and then having the defense of qualified immunity. And you know, sometimes that can be maybe a valid defense, but there's a lot of emotion around that, and more than looking at it case by case, if you just look at the numbers, you know there is a problem there. I don't see this as addressing that kind of issue. Instead, what we need, as outlined in as Mr. Schaefer was reporting, if we need reforms, we need it in our law enforcement training and other aspects. I would hate to see something like this go through and take money away from being able to fund improvement in law enforcement recruitment and training. Sometimes you need both. Sometimes you need to be able to recruit people with higher standards and train them to a higher standard. And that's, I think, one of the things this would do. Similar argument. One of the our commission has definitely, for the years I've been in it, working on better address of the way we handle mental health and substance abuse problems. And we have been talking about that for 4 years. And I just don't want to see us move forward and in any way support something that's going to shift our requirement to spend money on insurance premiums and payouts, and prevent us from potentially prevent us from meeting almost any of our obligations as a county government, and in particular, having the ability to spend money and to encourage the state to spend money supporting expanded ability to treat mental health problems and abuse problems in a way outside of incarceration, outside of that system. I do agree that to be honest, I've read through these materials a few times. I'm not sure I'm convinced that an additional legislation is actually needed. But at the very least, I will admit that maybe there are some problems. They feel that there was some modification to the laws, to the remedies that are already on the books. But I certainly feel like, as Mr. Schaefer pointed out, the caps and the limits on getting attorney's fees that are incorporated in the existing tort legislation, if we, at the very least, we need to go that route, because that balance, that practical recognition of having to retain a balance between, having individuals with a right to get to pursue remedies and having governments being able to function has to be met. I mean, it was a problem before, it is still a valid problem. So at the very least, I would like to see us push for those kinds of limits. But if the biggest concern is the way we treat mental health and substance abuse problems and problems with law enforcement, I see this as being so expansive as to this bill is so general as to not address those problems at all. So I would very much like to see us pursue the cap and attorney's fees limits, but also revise the bill to address the problems we think we really have to address and not to be so expansive. If anybody has information on what other kinds of civil rights issues come up, violation of New Mexico constitutional issues have come up in the state, at the very least, I would like to see them, published so we understand what where other people might be coming from in this. So I guess for now, I'll leave it at that as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree with both Commissioner Hanson and Commissioner Hamilton. As I was reading through this, I did think this is a very poorly written bill for what it's trying to accomplish. I think it wasn't really thought through. So I would agree with at least going for a cap on, the amount that can be awarded and on the attorney's fees. But the only thing I might add, I wonder if we could suggest that actually the sponsors of the bill work with the New Mexico Association of Counties, because obviously they've spent a lot of time, thinking about this, and just completely rewrite it to actually address the problem. Maybe we could add that to our list of suggestions. I've known, that often is the way that the legislators like to handle things when there's not agreement, is to try and get the parties to work together to come up with something. And seems to me you could come up with a pretty good civil rights bill if you incorporated all these suggestions that are in the Association of Counties talking points. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, Mr. Chair, tough situation, and I understand my colleagues, and I think with my colleagues, as they said, the cap, I think, because it's hard to be for or against the bill right now, because that bill can change its language through the different processes of the committees. And so I think the cap is good, and I think I would just leave it at that. And does the county manager actually want direction as into for or against it, or just a presentation as to bringing it forward? But I agree with the cap. Once again, the bill can change in 10 different ways while it goes through the process. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Manager Miller, go ahead.
Just to answer Commissioner Garcia's question, what we were looking for is some guidance so that we could write a resolution to indicate what the county commission's, what the board's position is. So for instance, it wouldn't have to be a resolution that says you support or oppose the bill, but rather you would support legislation that does, that addresses this issue, but has a cap, targets behavioral health issues, law enforcement training, better oversight, that type of thing. If that's what the bill is trying to accomplish, that basically the resolution would give us some direction to assist in saying what we'd like to see in the bill.
Mr. Chair, Rudy.
Go ahead, Commissioner Garcia.
Manager Miller, that makes total sense now, Mr. Dave. What we would like the bill to actually address, like I said, mental health, et cetera, et cetera. And in my opinion, pass a resolution that actually says that. We would like this bill to address so on and so forth, and the cap. That makes total sense. So I would be in favor of that as my one vote. And thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I would agree with that. Commissioner Hanson?
I would like to see a bill such as that also, as opposed to saying we oppose this bill, but actually negotiating and finding a senator who, or a representative who will bring these items forward for the bill that we are suggesting. So that I support, but I also know that you mentioned that the sheriff was on. I was wondering if he had any comments or I don't know if he wanted to speak or not, but I think that.
Okay, well.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
No, I was actually going to say that I would go to Commissioner Hamilton and then I'll go to Sheriff Mendoza and see if he had any comments relative to that. Thank you. Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, to be perfectly honest, Commissioner Hughes made the point of how poorly written the bill is. So I'm not sure I want to say more than I support the bill with caps, because I don't. I don't think the bill is well written. I think the minimum that needs to be done is to revise it with caps and addressing the legal fees, which can be bigger than awards. I mean, that's completely uncapped as well, and it's not really addressing the issues that we all have talked about. So, to me, it needs revisions to focus on mental health and substance abuse treatments outside of the system of incarceration, and as a rewrite. It just, in my mind, it needs more rewrite than a simple addition of fee caps, of award caps.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Sheriff Mendoza, did you have any comments, sir?
I do. I'll try to keep it as short as possible, Mr. Chair, Commission. Thank you for allowing me to say a few words. But I would strongly urge the Commission, and I agree with a lot of the things that the Commission has said up to this point, is not to support this legislation as written. I agree that this legislation needs to be rewritten to address the issues that it is intended to change. We can all agree that civil rights is very important. It's on the forefront now. There's a lot of issues nationally and locally, and we want appropriate remedies. That doesn't necessarily equate to monetary remedy, but I think we need to focus on the Law Enforcement Academy Board, and we can agree that law enforcement needs to be held accountable when they do something wrong. When they violate somebody's civil rights, I'm the first one to step up and say that law enforcement needs to be held accountable. Being on the Law Enforcement Academy Board as the sheriff representative, I can assure you that the Law Enforcement Academy Board does not have the resources or the manpower to appropriately handle the cases that come before them. They are severely short-staffed, and I think it would behoove the state to focus their resources so we can get a hold of the misconduct by law enforcement throughout the state of New Mexico. I think the bill should address those shortfalls, and like I said, I think we understand the intent of the bill, but I think the bill is not well written, needs to be rewritten to address those specific issues. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Sheriff Mendoza. Do we have any other comments from the board?
Just Mr. Chair, this is Rudy. Once again, so are we asking for direction to Manager Miller or just to pass a resolution? Where are we at, Manager Miller, please?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, we're not asking for approval of anything. What we were asking for was your comments relative to what you would like to see in a bill so that we could put a resolution together. Greg, do you think that you have enough from this conversation to draft a resolution that would fit with the commission's perspective on this bill and on any changes or recommended items that we as staff could then have dialogue with legislators on at the direction of the commission?
Mr. Chair, County Manager Miller, yes, I do. I mean, at the highest level, what I heard was that certainly there was support for any new cause of action being within the existing New Mexico Tort Claims Act framework that strikes a balance between compensation and the public good in terms of ensuring that there are resources to provide essential services, and that there was a desire to ensure that the legislature was focusing resources both with regard to behavioral health services and the like, but also the Law Enforcement Academy Board, as Sheriff Mendoza mentioned. At the highest level, I believe that those are the items that that I took away, as well as a general, observation that with a 5-4 commission, Civil Rights Commission vote, that might be indicative that perhaps we need to slow down and take our time and considering how to move forward. So again, I think I have what I need to put something together. It would come back before the board at a future meeting, probably the next one that we have. And if we miss the mark, then we can revise it at that time. But yes, I think I have enough to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Schaefer. Okay, so that brings us
Mr. Chair?
to our next item. I think that was everything from you, County Manager. Is that correct?
That is all from us, but this is also that area which you, any of the commissioners that have additional pieces of legislation that they want us to track or look for that you hadn't already indicated to give us some direction. So I just wanted to put that out there if there was anything that any of the commissioners wanted us to look at, or if you wanted to ask your fellow commissioners for support or opposition to any legislation.
Okay, I know that Commissioner Hansen had asked about some legislation earlier. Is there anybody else or anything else additional, Commissioner Hansen, Commissioner Hamilton, Commissioner Hughes?
No, thank you. Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
No, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay. So I think we're okay, Manager Miller. So we're going to move on to item number 8, and this is matters from the county commissioners and other elected officials. And these are action, non-action items. So we're on 8A. This is commissioner issues, comments, including but not limited to constituent concerns, recognitions, requests for updates for future presentations. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the nicer things that happened over this last weekend was that there was a virtual Women's March, and the governor and Michelle Lujan Grissom addressed it, along with Deb Holland and a number of other people. Councillor Joanne Vigil Koppler gave a very nice speech about Susan B. Anthony. So I wanted to just share that that the Women's March is still moving forward, even in this virtual realm. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. I'm glad to hear that. Commissioner Hamilton?
No, but thank you for that, Commissioner Hanson. That's fabulous to hear, and I don't have anything else.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple things I just wanted to mention that I'm working on. One is with a lot of help from Commissioner Hamilton. Thank you very much. Working with some of my constituents who are very much in favor of having the Forest Service reinstate its moratorium on prescribed burning during the pandemic, because of the added stress on people's lungs from smoke. And we have a meeting coming up with the fire chief and some other experts, which I think will, help us come up with perhaps a resolution to bring forward that asks for a balance between, forest management and human health. The other thing I just wanted to mention, I've been having a lot of conversation about the need to try to pay people better at the county. I think our staff does a great job, and I think maybe because this has come up in several contexts, not just from people who work for the county, but some of my constituents, that I think as we do go through the budgeting process, it would be great if we could have a strategy for bringing some of the salaries up, particularly of the lower paid workers. I noticed that, I'm sure we all noticed that President Biden has made a $15 minimum wage one of his priorities, and Senator Sanders was in the paper today talking about that. And so I think it would be good for us to try and get ahead of the curve on that. And that's all I have for today, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia.
No, Mr. Chair, at this time, I don't have anything. Just appreciate all the presentations. And thank you for staff and everybody that did the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I don't have any updates right now either, so I'm going to go on to item number 8B. And this is other elected officials, issues, comments, including but not limited to constituent concerns, recognitions, requests of updates, or future presentations. I know that we have our county clerk here, Catherine Clark. Did you have any updates for constituents or anything you'd like to share today, Ms. Clark?
No, we will have something, I believe, for next meeting, but not this meeting. But thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and is Sheriff Mendoza still on?
No, Mr. Chair, I believe he signed off.
Okay, and I knew I saw Treasurer Manzanares earlier, but I'm not sure if she's still on.
I believe she signed off as well, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So I don't believe I saw any other elected officials. And can you verify that, Tessa?
Yes, Mr. Chair, you're correct.
Okay. So with no other elected officials, I'm going to go ahead and close item number 8B. And we already did item number 8C earlier. So we're going to move on to item number 8D. And this is a resolution. Let's see. This is a resolution requesting that the National Nuclear Security Administration prepare complete a new site-wide environmental impact statement for Los Alamos National Laboratory before expanding plutonium pit production at the facility. And so I do want to bring forward a friendly amendment to this resolution. And if I could ask Greg if he could bring that up that I asked submitted to him. And hopefully I can get commissioners. I think it's a great addition to the resolution. So I'd like to just share and see if I can get support. And so some of the areas here. Okay. So I'd like to add another whereas, and there's a couple of whereas. So this would be whereas all pit activities are beyond the sole discretion of the NNSA and national security operations will continue. And then if we can go down to the other whereas. And whereas the citizens of Santa Fe County should benefit from the National Laboratory's presence through educational outreach, greater environmental remediation funding, workforce training and development, and small business opportunities. And then I know that it had actually passed, so I was thinking that to reconsider their previous rendered decision not to begin a new site-wide environmental impact statement for continued operations at Los Alamos National Laboratory. And then in blue here is I wanted to add, and while we wait their decision, they take more concerted action to benefit the citizens of Santa Fe County. And then it would be it further resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County request that the National Nuclear Security Administration work closely with the Defense Nuclear Facilities Safety Board to correct nuclear safety concerns that will better protect the workers and citizens of Santa Fe County and speed the removal of hazardous materials generated by LANL. Be it further resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County request that the National Nuclear Security Administration and the Department of Energy significantly increase the budget for environmental remediation of the site. If you can scroll down a little more. Be it further resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County request that the Nation Nuclear Security Administration further expand the procurement opportunities for our local small businesses vital to the generation of gross receipts tax needed for county operations. And I believe those were the extent of my request. I think that it actually complements the resolution. But I'll go to my fellow commissioners and see how just get a feel of how everybody feels if as far as that friendly amendment goes.
I would like to see the first one again.
Okay, can we bring that one up? So this one says, whereas all pit activities are beyond the sole discretion of the NNSA and national security operations will continue. And
So I don't know if that is true.
If that is actually true as far as it being out of the discretion of the NNSA.
So the National Nuclear Security Administration does not oversee pit production?
Yes, they do, but it's still not at their sole discretion. So that's why if these continue, then actually the whereas were actually originally they were right next to each other. But so that the next one that went in was the other whereas. So we can put them right next to each other. It makes more sense. So then after that first whereas, then this whereas was right after. Whereas the citizens of Santa Fe County should benefit from the National Laboratory's presence through educational outreach, greater environmental remediation, funding, workforce training and development, and small business opportunities.
I don't have any problem with that one. It's the other one up ahead where it says if they have the sole discretion. That is the one. Whereas all pit activities are beyond the sole discretion of the NNSA.
And national security operations will continue. And so that's basically saying,
I have a problem with that. Whereas the other whereases I don't. But because they are the ones who, when I go to Washington, D.C. and I have to talk to somebody about pit production, that's who I have to talk to.
yes, but they're not the sole ones is all what that's saying. But Commissioner Garcia or Commissioner Hamilton, go ahead.
Yeah, just in that regard, when you put them together, it sounds to me like what the intent of this one is to say something like the lab is going to keep up the operations it's currently doing, and while it does, we want to get these educational and remediation benefits.
Exactly. So originally those two,
but I'm not. I think the other whereases do that without this one, and it pulled me back like 5 times. Like I'm looking at it and going, what are you trying to say? So if I'm correct, that all we're trying to do is to support that while you guys are considering this, these other whereases are important. I think we could do it without this one. I mean, I don't know if you would, just a thought.
The other ones I did not have an issue with as much as I have an issue with this one, and I don't think this is necessary also.
Yeah, I agree. The other ones, some of them are good, but this is,
Yeah, and originally those two were together, and I think it made more sense when they were together like that. So that you could. So it basically was saying that during that time we want them to provide more of this education and outreach.
I'm happy to have them provide more education and outreach, but
yeah.
But I can't support this whereas right here.
Yeah, and that's the one. Yeah, but what I was saying is when they were together, it made more sense that if this is going to continue, then like Commissioner Hamilton basically explained.
Yes, but I'm not convinced it's necessary to provide the logic for the next whereas. I think the next whereas does fine on its own without this one.
Any other comments from commissioners?
Yeah, there's another one I wanted to. I was a little. If we go down just a little bit, it was Stop there. Go back up a little. Okay. Now wait. No. Now go down. This a little more so we can see. Now therefore stop right here. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners request that in accordance with NEPA reconsider their previously rendered decision. And while we await that decision, take more concerted action to benefit the citizens of Santa Fe County. I like that second half just fine. But I also would like to, and Commissioner Hanson, I'll go with frankly with how you feel about this one.
Well, I don't want to consider. This is the problem at the moment.
Let me just.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I mean, because what you had before was a positive statement. We want to basically demand that they do a site-wide environmental impact statement, and now it's changed to reconsider their decision. And I think we need to be positive about this to immediately begin.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't support this. I don't want to reconsider their previously rendered decision because their previously rendered decision was from 2008 and so many things have changed since 2008 that we're asking for a new site-wide environmental impact statement.
So I mean, to be honest, Mr. Chair, because all the other stuff seems great to me. I wonder why we can't just say that immediately begin and complete a new site-wide EIS for continued operations, and while that is being implemented, take more concerted action to benefit the citizens of Santa Fe County.
I'm fine with that. These are just recommended amendments, but as a commission, we can come to a consensus of how we bring it forward. So yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, cool.
So we'll take out that and we'll leave
Those were the only things I had, so I'm fine with the rest of the friendly amendments.
so we'll take out the first whereas and we'll leave this. I want to see what other changes there are. Because there's a lot of blue lines and I don't understand if they are changes.
Be it further resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County requests that the National Nuclear Security Administration work closely with the Defense Nuclear Facilities Safety Board to correct nuclear safety concerns that will better protect the workers and citizens of Santa Fe County and speed the removal of hazardous materials generated by LANO.
I'm fine.
Be it further resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County request that the National Nuclear Security Administration and the Department of Energy significantly increase the budget for environmental remediation of the site.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, be it further, can you scroll up, please? Be it further resolved that the Board, of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County request that the National Nuclear Security Administration and Department of Energy expand both their educational outreach opportunities and workforce training efforts to further benefit the citizens of Santa Fe County. And then the other one that I asked for was, be it further resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County request that the National Nuclear Security Administration further expand the procurement opportunities for our local small businesses vital to the generation of gross receipt tax needed for the county operations. So,
okay. Commissioner Hamilton, are you okay with that?
I mean, generically, yes, that's the one that's least directly related to doing a site-wide.
Right. It doesn't really have anything to do with the site-wide.
Right.
I don't have an issue with it.
Right. I mean, yeah, that's kind of where I am.
okay, well, I just appreciate the commission.
So I want to remove the first one.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we were.
I think they already did that.
No, there it is. If we could just remove that, yeah.
And is that all the changes? I don't want to approve something that I'm missing something.
That was it. We went through all of them.
Greg?
Commissioner Garcia, are you okay with those changes?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I'm just going to start from the top and let everybody read one more time. I believe all changes were tracked. This was just a nit that was cleaned up here. Security Administration.
Okay, let's slow down. And while it, okay, go back up. Now therefore it be resolved that the Board of County Commissioners hereby request in accordance with the requirements of the national, and while it does so, is that what it says? And it does so, or it does?
So laboratory, and while it does so, take more concerted action to benefit the citizens of Santa Fe County.
Okay, okay. Okay, I'm good with that. And then, is there any other changes?
That was it. Just we went through all these ones earlier.
Well, I just want to go through them again.
Okay. There, so those four there.
Okay, I'm good with the first one. I'm good with the second one. Okay, I'm good with that one. It doesn't really relate to this resolution. And is that it?
That's it.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve with amended changes by Commissioner Roybal that we agreed to.
I'd like to second it. But, Mr. Chair, could we also get an opportunity for Commissioner Hanson to say something about this? Because she put a lot of effort into it. It's
Yeah, so we had a motion and a second. So now under discussion, I'll go to all the commissioners. So Commissioner Hanson, did you have some comments?
So I feel that, the public health and safety is so important and is one of the reasons why I brought this resolution forward. We have a long-standing tradition of promoting democracy and environmental protection and pending nuclear weapon decisions by requesting that local governments be kept fully informed about projects to facilitate large-scale production of additional plutonium warheads cores at Los Alamos Nuclear Laboratory, so citizens be made aware of the potential safety and environmental hazards associated with the handling of plutonium and other dangerous material in a timely fashion. I strongly support and have worked incredibly hard to protect the Defense Nuclear Facility Safety Board. I have a strong belief that they are the most important board that exists in the nation to protect the nuclear stockpile and the nuclear weapons productions, because they are actually independent experts that know what is going on and have the ability and congressional oversight to protect our citizens. And that is really important to me. And the fact that we really need a new NEPA. We need the NEPA. We need NEPA to be stronger, not weaker. And I want to, it allows the public when we are able to do a site-wide environmental impact statement, it allows the public to actually have comments and make comments about what is happening and to our neighbors and how we need to really protect our water supply. As both Commissioner Hamilton and I sit on the Buckman Direct Diversion Board, it is extremely concerning to me, the water that we take in from the Rio Grande, that it is clean as it possibly can be, and that these hazardous chemicals and plutonium do not get into our water system. I'd also like to offer the opportunity to Commissioner Hamilton to say a few words, and to, of course, all the commissioners. And I might have more to say, but.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chair, is that good?
Of course. Go ahead, Commissioner Hamilton.
Well, mostly I want to thank Commissioner Hanson for including me on this. She's put a huge amount of work into this resolution and the issue in general, and it's an important issue. Having done an awful lot of work on NEPA in my other career as an environmental scientist, this is definitively a place where NEPA does need to be fully enforced. The value of having a site-wide EIS is well explained in the resolution, and frankly was augmented by some of the evidence that was mentioned in public comment. And so I think this is important and valuable, and a very important thing to put forward.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, there was
Commissioner
also
Hanson?
a number of public comments that were submitted to me, and I forwarded them to Tessa, and I would hope that she will forward all of those public comments to be included in the record, so that WordWorks and Karen can have them, so that they will be also presented as public comment.
Okay, I believe she has. Is that correct, Tessa? And then also we
Yes,
had
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, they have all been sent off already.
Okay, thank you.
That's also, I believe we had 3 speakers today as well, so they'll be included during public comment. So perfect. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to thank Commissioner Hanson for bringing this forward, and not only this resolution, but her commitment over the years to nuclear safety, and that of many people who commented and sent me letters, and either through Tessa Joe or on their own, in support of this resolution. I'm really appreciative of all the people who put their energy into protecting our environment here in Santa Fe County. And I just think this is so important that we do demand an environmental impact statement, a complete one, because I know that when I focus on one thing, I can get caught up in that. And if you're focusing on making plutonium pits, your focus might not be on the safety of the neighbors around you. And not because you're a bad person, but because you can't think of so many things at once. And so I think the environmental impact statement is really important because it brings together, the experts in various areas to make sure that we're balancing national defense with the safety of the community we all live in. Thank you very much. And thanks again for bringing this forward to both Commissioner Hanson and Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I could not agree with what my colleague said, Commissioner Hughes, and thank you, Commissioner Hanson, for bringing this forward. And as Commissioner Hughes said, you're involved in this, and both commissioners for bringing this forward, because this is something that we need to look at. Because I was up there the other day on Saturday or Sunday with my friend and his wife going for a ride through there, and it just dawned on me as into all the stuff that goes downhill, and bringing this forward and working so hard on it. Great resolution. I appreciate that. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And I would like to thank the Commissioner Hamilton and Hanson for bringing this forward as well. And I know, just for clarification to the public, we have the DNFSB board is, as we have in our resolution, is the Defense Nuclear Facility Safety Board. And it's an advisory body to the Department of Energy. So just so that our constituents have a better understanding of some of the terms that are on here. So, and I know we have plutonium, which is a substance with significant health, safety, and environmental risks that we say on here. But there is plutonium that is used in a positive manner, like we have nuclear medicine applications that we use to fight cancer, and also space science division. So I would just want to bring that up too, that there are some positive things that do come out of that. But I do want to thank Commissioner Hansen for bringing these items forward, and Commissioner Hamilton. I know that it's something that's very important, especially with the Bunkman direct diversion board, so we make sure and get some clean water. I sit as an alternative on that board, but this is a great resolution, and thank you for bringing that forward once again. Commissioner Hansen, did you have any closing remarks?
Yeah, I also want to thank Jay Coughlin of Nuke Watch and Joni Ahrens of Concerned Citizens for Nuclear Safety for their input and support to me on these issues that are so important to our citizens. So we have a motion and we have a second. Yes, thank you.
So we're going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Garcia?
Mr. Chair, yes, I vote for it. Thank you for bringing this forward, Commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hansen? Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hansen?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So thank you very much. This item passes unanimously. Can we get a resolution number, Madam Clerk?
Yes, it's resolution 2021-011.
Oh, I just have to say that 11 is my favorite number. So thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
That's pretty good, Mr. Chair. That's awesome.
Okay, so we have our resolution 2021-11 approved. So item E was withdrawn. So we're going to go on to 11A. Is that correct? And this was brought forward by Commissioner Hughes. And this is a quarterly report on restricted housing at county correctional facilities pursuant to laws 2019, Chapter 194 HB.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a couple of questions for Director Cedillo. I think he's still here about this report, and I think it's important that we pay attention to this when it comes before us. And so my question is, I noticed that there are a lot of people placed in restricted housing because of COVID-19. I think either because they have caught the virus or because they are being protected from it. And I just wondered what's being done to, help people get through that period of quarantine so that their mental health is stable. I think even when people are quarantining in their own home, it's hard. I can only imagine it would be much harder if you're in jail and in a more confined space. So I'm just wondering if there are things we're doing to give them some kind of human contact while they're in restricted housing, or opportunities to get outside or anything like that.
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes. There is interaction constantly inside our restrictive housing. With me today, I have two subject matter experts that oversee our restrictive housing unit. And I'll defer those questions to them. They've been waiting anxiously for this. So Deputy Warden Page or Captain Rios, would you like to respond to that? Are you there, Deputy Warden Page? Captain Rios?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel Fresquez. Sorry to interrupt. Warden Page, or Deputy Warden Page or Warden, if you're on the phone, you have to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Fresquez.
Hello, Mr. Chair, County Commissioners. This is Captain Rios. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so for the inmates in the COVID pod, the officers are in there and we do our rounds daily. I also make daily rounds inside those units. Unfortunately, with COVID, we have to limit the interaction to limit the spread between people for COVID. There was 141 inmates that were placed for COVID. We had 7 for mental health holds and 23 for safety. So they do get their quarts. We pull them out for their quarts and sanitize the areas after and before they are taken there. Also, when they need to have speak with classification, our mental health is always available also. Was there any other questions regarding the COVID?
Commissioner Hughes?
No, I think that's good. I guess I think that sounds good. I'm glad that, their needs are being taken care of, and I'm looking forward to touring the facility when it's safe to do so, hopefully in a few months. The only other good. The only other question I had, yeah, the only other question I had didn't relate to the COVID patients, but I noticed that under ethnicity, we don't distinguish Hispanic people from other white people, and in most settings I'm familiar with, that distinction is made because it's possible that you could be discriminating against people because they're Hispanic, and I just wondered if it was possible to make that distinction on this chart, or if there's a reason you're not making that distinction.
So the inmates identify themselves, their ethnicity, when they come in and they get booked. So that's how I identify their ethnicity when it is reported.
So are they given the option of Hispanic or Latino when they come in?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Captain Rios.
Thank you, Pablo Cedillo and Captain Rios. Commissioner Hughes, did that answer all your questions?
Yes, for now. Thank you very much, and sorry you had to wait so long to just have 5 minutes with me, but I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other commissioners that may have some questions relative to this item? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes and staff for answering these questions and bringing this forward. I'm going to go on now to item number 10A. And 10A is our public hearing on a proposed ordinance. And so it's 10A is an ordinance amending ordinance number 2016-3, the place at Cayo del Rio Lira project ordinance to authorize the execution of an amended and restated project participation agreement extending the deadline for the project parties substantive contribution and making other changes. And from the county attorney's office, we have Mr. Greg Schaefer, our county attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before you tonight for a public hearing and action is an ordinance that would take us closer to implementing a settlement agreement that the board approved at its December 15, 2020 meeting between Santa Fe County and Caja del Rio Holdings, LLC. As the board is aware, based upon its prior action, CDRH, Caja del Rio Holdings, and the county are parties to two agreements, a water and wastewater line extension, water delivery and wastewater discharge agreement, as well as a LIDA project participation agreement for its development off of the frontage road near Caja del Rio Road, excuse me. So the disputes arose between the county and CDRH concerning the cost of upsizing certain wastewater improvements under the water and wastewater agreement, as well as the connection fee that's due and payable prior to the recordation of a subdivision plat that had been filed by CDRH. The settlement agreement resolved those disputes and provided for a variety of consideration as between the parties. In particular, it provided for the county, subject to the ordinance in front of you being passed, to enter into an amended and restated, project participation agreement that would extend the deadline by which CDRH has to meet its job creation goals until 3 years after the effective date of that amended and restated PPA, and would also authorize the county manager to accept substitute security for the $300,000 LIDA grant that the county made for water and wastewater infrastructure to the project. There are a variety of additional conditions that would need to be met in order to implement the settlement agreement. Again, adoption of this ordinance, should the board choose to do so after the public hearing, is one such condition subsequent to the settlement agreement. The others include the county land use administrator approving of an amended subdivision plat as being consistent with the Sustainable Land Development Code and master plan for the project. The county and CDRH executing the amended and restated project participation agreement that this ordinance would authorize, and the county paying a small balance that would remain on the upsizing charge for wastewater improvements after it's credited against the initial connection fee for the project. The recordation of an amended subdivision plat and the CDRH recording a replacement mortgage on the remainder lot that's created by that amended subdivision plat. And then finally, the county accepting the utility improvements and utility easements. So again, those additional conditions subsequent are all supposed to happen at a closing. The tentative date for which is 30 days after the ordinance in front of you is recorded, should you choose to pass it after the public hearing, and that date could be extended. So that's it in a nutshell in terms of both the settlement agreement and how it resolves issues that arose between the parties, and where this ordinance fits into that settlement agreement and the path ahead. I'd be pleased to stand for any questions before you have the public hearing.
Okay, do we have any questions from the board? I'll look for a show of hands. No? So we do need to go into public comment. Is that correct, Attorney Schaefer?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is a public hearing, so it's now appropriate to open up the floor, so to speak, to any members of the public who wish to testify before or in opposition to this ordinance.
Okay, so I want to, if we can unmute everybody, Tessa Jo, I'm going to ask if there's anybody from the public that would like to speak in support or opposition of this ordinance that has been outlined by our Attorney Schaefer. Once again, I'd like to see if there's anybody from the public that would like to speak for or in opposition. You can also use the chat and send a message. Attorney Schaefer, is this an ordinance that we will come back for a second public hearing, or is it just a single one?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, it's a single public hearing on the ordinance. That's all that's required by law. So it would be appropriate at this time for the board to close the public hearing and take whatever action the board thinks is appropriate on the proposed ordinance.
So I'm going to go ahead and close public comment or the public hearing, and I'll go to Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hanson, if you can unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion to approve this ordinance amending 2016-3, the Place at Kai Del Rio Lida Project Ordinance, to authorize the execution of an amendment and reinstate a project participation agreement, extending the deadline for the project's party substantive contributions and making other changes.
A second.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. Under discussion, do commissioners have any other comments? Okay, hearing none. Oh, Commissioner Garcia, I saw you light up.
No, I don't know.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So we have a unanimous decision to support this ordinance. Madam Clerk, can we get an ordinance number?
Yes, it's our first ordinance, so it's 001.
All right, 2021.
So
2021.
my assistant is asking if I needed to do an official roll call because this is an ordinance.
That's correct. So we could do a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Okay. Chair Roybal.
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hanson.
Yes.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
So 5 yeses, 0 noes, no abstentions.
Okay, and thank you for that reminder for the ordinance.
I apologize.
Oh, no worries. We're going on to our next item, and this is matters from the county attorney. Can we get a summary of what we'll be going into executive session for, Attorney Schaefer?
Mr. Chair, if we want to start with item 9A, it's a statement for inclusion in meeting minutes concerning the January 12, 2021 executive session. As the board knows, at the January 12 meeting, the board went into executive session and adjourned from executive session, meaning it did not reconvene in open meeting. So it'd be appropriate at this time for the board to pass a motion to have the minutes of this meeting reflect that the matters discussed during the November 10, 2020, the January 12, 2021 executive session were limited only to those specified in the motion for closure.
Okay. Can I get a motion from the
So
commission?
moved.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton and a second from Commissioner Hughes. Okay, so I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
and yes from Commissioner Roybal. So that's a matter of housekeeping that we were taking care of from our last meeting. So can we get a summary on what will be going into executive session for Attorney Schaefer?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. We'll be going into executive session to discuss threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by Section 1015(1)H7 NMSA 1978, and the discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights as allowed by Section 1015(1)H8 NMSA 1978, including items 1, 2, and 4 as listed on the agenda. Those are right-of-ways for county-maintained roads within the exterior boundaries of pueblos, PMB LTD versus Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners, D-101CB-2018-03417, and potential intervention in Public Regulation Commission case number 19-00234-UT. And again, we won't have need to discuss item number 3 on the agenda this evening. It will just be items 1, 2, and 4. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer. Can I get a motion?
So Mr. Chair, second.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hughes and a second from Commissioner Garcia. Under discussion, is there anything under discussion? Okay, so go ahead, Commissioner Garcia.
So move, Mr. Chair, to move us into executive session. I'm sorry. I made
Okay,
our
so
second
we have a
motion.
motion. We have a motion, and you seconded, sir.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call?
Yes, Chair Roybal. So this is a roll call to go into executive session. Chair Roybal,
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hansen,
Yes.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia,
Yes, Madam Clerk, thank you.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
5 yeses, 0 nos, no abstentions.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioners, there is a separate link that was set out for executive session. If you could please exit this meeting and join that separate WebEx meeting for purposes of executive session. We do have one additional potential action item on the agenda after executive session. It's item 9C. So we will have to reconvene in open session before calling it quits for the evening.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Schaefer, and thank you everybody who was here. I don't think we need anything else from staff, so I appreciate it. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Do we have all the commissioners, Tessa, yet?
It looks like Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Hamilton have not yet signed on.
Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Garcia had indicated to me that he would not return after executive session.
Okay, so it looks like we have all the commissioners that did say that they would be here. So I'll entertain a motion to come out of executive session and just mention that who was present, and the only things that were discussed were the items that were summarized before going into executive session. Is there a
I
motion?
move that we come out of executive session, and that the only things that were discussed was what was on the agenda, and our county attorneys were present.
Okay, and our county manager and all of the commissioners.
Yes, of course.
Correct. Okay. So we have a
Second.
motion and we have a second from Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this we're out of executive session with the 4 commissioners that are present voting in the affirmative. So we're out of executive session. I believe that was we didn't have any other action items or any other items, but I will call for just look at item number 12, concluding business. Are there any announcements for commissioners or staff? Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hughes.
Second.
And a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor signify by saying bye.
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 Have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thanks, you too, everybody.
Thanks, you
Good
too.
night.